MAME phase.
Hello and welcome to another live stream. Now, I've been planning on doing this one for a little while. I thought I'd do games with zooming effects using MAME as always. Now, I'm not going to focus entirely on, say, Sega Superscalers here. I'm going to look at a wide variety of games with zooming effects, some that are hardware, some that are software, some that are just fake pre-rendered graphics, pre-drawn sprites. But I just wanted to have a look at games where there's sort of a zooming, a bit of perspective to them most of the time. Not all the time. There will be some examples of zooming where you might not even realise there is zooming going on, which I would like to highlight. But yes, I thought to start this stream, I would go with Sega's Zoom 909, also known as Buck Rogers and the Planet of Zoom. But before that, I'd just like to say hello to the people that are in the chat. It seems to be a quiet one today because we have Aussie Guy and Adam Garcia. So hello to both of you, and if anybody else joins, I will say hi to you when I see your messages. But for now, those are the people that have said hi. And so, yes, let's quickly get on with things then. So, horizontal view. And I'm going to say, I have not really played much of this one before. So, I don't know what to expect. Seems to have... Well, that was a good start. That was an even better start. Okay, let's just kill off this credit and pretend this didn't happen. I don't think you're meant to drive head-on into the missiles. This was signed by Toshiyuki Kaji, according to Aussie Guy, and he would later engineer the Sega System 16 board. So, an early piece of hardware or game from somebody who went on to do a very important system for Sega. Right, so, what we're doing, so you can fly around a little bit. Now, obviously, Sega had a number of these early analog sprite scaling games. They had this, they had Turbo, they had Sub-Rock 3D, which maybe we'll get around to looking at. But this one carried a Buck Rogers license outside of Japan, but it's also quite an early example of a licensed game. Not the first licensed game, but still quite an early example of one. Now, we'll just sweep through it. Those. You see the alternate between these sections. You see the zoom is a little wonky, but that's what you get for using very primitive technology. And to be fair, some later games with better technology have wonky zoom too. I did notice that there's a dip switch to select between buttons or pedal for the speed control, and I'm using the button configuration. I don't think MAME actually supports the pedal configuration. Maybe it's a condition of input, because I noticed by default there didn't seem to be a pedal, but maybe I was missed. I don't know. Can I lower the game volume? Yes, I can. I can. Maybe this one's a bit loud, Andre. Zoom 909 is a Sega arcade game. Yes, Adam. In 1982. How does this work? Okay, that's not my name. So, yeah. So, quite early, I say early Sega game, they were doing non-CPU games before this, but yeah, quite an early CPU-based Sega game, which is probably why some of the technology behind it is still sort of in that realm of analog rather than the more digital-based zooming systems. So it's almost a sort of mix of older discrete hardware for the zooming and CPU driving the game. Now, this did have some bug fixes in MAME recently. There was a priority bug in this scene, for example, where things would go behind the motherchip instead of in front of it. Yeah, if there are any volume problems on any of the other games, do let me know, because it's not the easiest to judge. I'm going to keep it in the green in the meters, but this game is quite noisy. Now, I don't think there's much more to this game, because as I say, it's quite an early sprite scaler. Not quite as refined as something like Space Harrier. Not quite as much to do, although the waves are differing a little bit, as you can see. So yeah, so it's actually enter some initials. Let's see how far we can get. So it's got a continue feature. But, your movement is quite slow, and it is a digital joystick for movement. It's not like an analog movement like many other games of this type. So you really do have to be aware of your surroundings and move quite quickly. I like editing this thing, it all did it. You have to be aware of your surroundings and dodge out the way of these things before they have a chance to. Well, as soon as you see them, really, because if you wait a second longer, you're not going to have time to move. I mean, I don't know, it's not a game I've played much of, this one, and I think it's one of those where I've tried to play it a few times and kind of gone, yeah, it's okay. Obviously it has a place in history, but Sega would quickly do better. I mean, in fact, Sega were doing better around the same time, really. If you compare this to, say, Turbo is an immensely better game. But, it's not to take away from this, though, because obviously you can kind of see that this must have influenced things like Space Harrier. The whole way the ground is done similar. And the same guy also engineered the Model 1 hardware called Autogun and the Hang-On hardware. There's some pretty impressive pieces of hardware there. I mean, Model 1 was revolutionary, and Hang-On really was too. So, maybe not a name I hear much of, but clearly an important name. There you go. You made it to the stream, Mr. Comeback. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you here. So yeah, I think we've probably seen all the waves this has to offer. I'm assuming that little glitch on the top left there of the thing is correct and not an emulation problem. It seems to keep your score on continue and let you enter a new name every time, which is interesting. Oops, wrong name. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I just must be getting better scores somehow. I just seem to be beating my high score all the time. No, it's not keeping my score, is it? Because if I die now... No, yeah, I just got a better score. I had a better credit than I thought I had. I thought I'd done really badly that time and ended up at the top. Then again, I'm doing quite badly all the time. You think it looks insane, amazing? I think for 1982, it would have impressed people. I mean, it's very colourful. It's quite fast. Yeah, I don't like that section. The dodge the barriers section. It kills you off quite quickly, that one. I think we've probably seen all there is to see in this game, though. So yeah, this is Zoom 909. Shall we quickly put the Buck Rogers version on? Yeah, there's your Zoom 909 title. There are a few like single frame glitches there too, which I don't know if are MAME or just the hardware or what. But yeah, so outside of Japan, the game got released with a Buck Rogers license, as I said. It seems to be the same game. Don't think they changed anything apart from the title logo. As you see, the graphics look the same here. Too fast, you think, Mr. Fun Guy? Your ship movement's not that fast, though. Everything else moves quite quickly, especially the enemies, but your ship is quite slow, so there you go. Buck Rogers Planet of Zoom by Sega. I think it's quite obvious that they really wanted to highlight the fact that they have zooming capability. Zoom 909 in Japan, Planet of Zoom outside of Japan. You remember a clone for NES? Gelmos or Gaimos. I've not played that one. Is it any good? I mean, I make it look easy to die in most games, Mr. Fun Guy. But yeah, it can spawn you. Like when you continue, it's literally where you left off. If there's an enemy right in front of you, that enemy will kill you pretty much immediately. I don't think there's an advantage of slowing down, actually. Maybe for those gated sections you should slow down like this. That might make it easier, but I don't know, yeah. So maybe the default speed of 50 is too quick. Yeah, I can do it. But then if you go too slow, things seem to kill you from behind. That was That was challenging. So, yeah, don't go too slow because you get zapped by things you can't even see. I guess. Don't go... I'm not sure. I suppose you learn. The collisions are also not very forgiving. But I guess being analog zoom hardware, the game's not precisely going to know the size of everything because it could vary slightly depending on how the board's been tuned and the capacitors and everything else. So there's probably a slight level of imprecision with this whole thing, unfortunately. Hey Pietro, yes, Zoom 909 AK, Buck Rogers, AK. I should actually play the game and not with chat. Let's move on from me repeatedly dying in Zoom 909 because I'm not very good at Zoom 909. I'm also not very good at the next game. This will probably be no surprise, but I thought we'd have a look at it anyway. Let's move on to High Voltage from Alpha Denshi. This is 1985. And this is probably not the first game that comes to mind, but again, we've got sort of gradient effects here and everything else. Hey Carlo, welcome, welcome. But yes, it was quite a cool gradient thing, the other one. And this one goes a bit further, really. It's also got a kind of textured look to it. It's also got a really ridiculous high score list with lemon, tomato, apple, potato, and stuff in it. But Alpha Denshi, designers of the Neo Geo hardware. Bit of a Star Wars ripoff here. Going the wrong way now. Right, so what do we do? So it's also very easy to die in this one. But you can see the sprites are zooming in here. I believe this is a proper hardware zoom. But you've also got this fancy zooming sort of background playing. It looks like you're on a bit of a bombing run. You can see you blow up the ground like that and it makes a massive crater. So, it's a bit like Xevious, but in 3D without it being Xevious 3D. High voltage, as in danger high voltage. Electric did play that when I saw them the other day. Yeah, your shots can overheat if you hold down the button, so don't hold down the fire button, because you see it gets up there, bar down there, is temperature. Now, Alpha Denshi did do 2 games on basically this hardware. They did this, High Voltage, and Splendor Blast. I think Splendor Blast has maybe the deeper gameplay, whereas this is more traditional shoot and avoid. From the people behind Dora-chan, Make Track / Crush Roller, and Kaibosh, and the Neo Geo hardware. Do the same people actually do this as those games then, or is this a different part of Alpha? You wonder if the Neo Geo could run this game. I mean, the Neo Geo is not really designed for any kind of line of ground plane effects, but you could probably fake it the way... This is pretty tricky. Hey Thomas, welcome, welcome, welcome. Kind of Star Wars ripoff. Yes, it was a bit of a Star Wars ripoff, wasn't it, Adam? I mean, a lot of games were ripping off Star Wars at this point, weren't they? Even later. Yeah, this hardware's got quite an interesting sound system that's not fully emulated yet. In fact, there's some I think drums and analog filters that are missing on this. So if you got a PCB of this, it will sound even better than the emulation here. Doesn't seem to have a continue feature though. So I got to that boss, and now I'm back at the start. But yeah, I think this one tends to be incredibly overlooked. But I think you can probably fake the background on the Neo Geo using the raster. As in, like, you know, how it does things like the sidekicks pitch. Hardware's not really designed for it. That's the one thing with, say, some of this early alpha hardware is they were experimenting a lot more than they did when they designed the Neo Geo. The Neo Geo is fairly standard design. Whereas these early games have fancy sound systems, fancy video effects, all sorts. Yeah, Alpha Denshi did good with this one. I mean, Alpha Denshi's quality was variable. You have some games I'd consider pretty bad, and they have some I really like. So, and I don't think this uses the fancy protection they had on some games. So, interesting company, Alpha. I say it's just tends to be that they get overlooked. How on earth do you avoid all these things? They don't even have a shield. Ooh. I'm just meant to sort of snipe a few up at a time and keep out the way. I don't really have a boss strategy here. Ooh. That'll do. There we go. Blazing Star has some nice zoom effects. I do need to look at a Neo Geo game at least. I'm not sure which one I will look at. But yeah, Neo Geo obviously, they really tried to sell the zooming on it early on. Every game had to have a zooming somewhere, but that was about the only sort of real feature it had. Here we can zoom, we can do lots of zoom tile clips. I think it did have some important games. I think maybe Art of Fighting is noteworthy. I mean, that seems to me to be one of the first fighting games to use the zoom effect, and a lot of other fighting games did afterwards. But quite a few of those on the potential list today. Blazer. Blazer the Namco game. Gang Wars is pretty terrible, yes, and Alpha's actually early output on the Neo Geo is very rough. Things like Ninja Combat and Ninja Commando, they don't really show the hardware in the best light. And, then some not very good sports titles, I think Gold Medals, that was Alpha, wasn't it? But they've got things like Powerbot, which is fun, and then they've got Exciting Soccer, which is terrible. Alpha all over the place. Unfortunately, Metal Hulk doesn't work properly yet still. The battle chips are still broken on it. We do have a few Namco games that are up for consideration though. Including one that really does like to zoom. So I've still got life left. So we've got 6, 6, 6, 20 points. Not many bombs on this stage, but I guess there are no ground targets. I'll just blow up this stuff for the sake of it. Oh, that's it. I'm done for. Game over. So, congratulations. And to your initials, I'll be flower, pot, flower, end. Why those high score names? But yes, so sound system. Yeah, it's quite a messy sound system that, as I say, is not fully emulated. However, it still sounds pretty good. So that was High Voltage. Namco was mentioned. Now the Namco game that that I did want to look at was the Outfoxies. Because if you talk about Namco and zooming, well, Metal Hawk does come to mind. This one has a lot of zooming. Alpha Denshi also made Jamputer TT Mahjong for Taito and Versus Computer Mahjong for Neon Buxton, Nichibushi. This is going to get muted. It may get muted on the replay, unfortunately. Namco games often do. So, should be these two. Very strange and weird game. Yeah, it's an arena fighter, really, where you can use anything. Oh, you say by any means. But the entire environment is just sort of fall apart. No, I don't get the whole reason. I don't understand the whole reason they've got these sort of twin characters here. I'm not very good at getting the guns in, but there we go. So. Now, I think this is probably more fun with 2 players rather than against the computer, because, well, these games tend to be. I think AI in it is not always the way it's meant to be played. They've got the rocket launch, haven't they? Which means things are probably going to get very messy very quickly. Yep. There we go. Now we're swimming with sharks. That's always a bad idea. How do we get out? How do we get out? Get out. Out the tank. Oh. We didn't destroy much in that level, somehow. Sometimes that level can fall apart quite a lot. I guess... That is the thing, that's what I wanted to demonstrate, is how the environments can all be destroyed, but I need to get some more destructive power for that, and they're not letting me. Don't do that. So, come on. There we go, now this one's starting to fall apart. But I lost at the same time. Stun Runner, I don't really call these sprite scaler. The Stun Runner is more of an actual 3D game.
Kill your enemy by hitting.
You can see the levels here are constantly zooming in and out. I'm not sure this plays the best. I've always thought it's stylish. Stun Run or Lynx, yes, that is a good one. So, I'm doing a very bad job of showing the scale of the destruction in this game, unless this clone I decided to run is for some reason significantly more difficult. It's probably not though. Yeah, maybe this clone set is much harder. I don't remember the game being this hard. But I do like to just run random clones at times and see if anything comes up interesting. So maybe I should just run the parent set. And this set is marked as Korea question mark, and it still goes with a Japanese warning. So maybe it's just some random hack or some odd version of the game. Shall we find out? Shall we exit that and just run the parent set and see if it acts the same way? Smash Brothers before Smash Brothers. So let's see what my experience is like on the parent set.
Kill your enemy by enemy.
I suspect it will be just the same, to be honest.
Gun.
I think
Gun. Machine gun. 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 Rocket launcher. Grenade. Grenade.
maybe you do have a bit more health in this one. This does not. People don't seem to be dying as quickly.
Rocket.
So that's interesting.
Rocket.
Still have to be able to get this stuff though.
Rocket.
There we go. Eventually you can get the whole whale up there to fall down if you blow things up in the right place.
Gun.
Which I don't think we'll be doing somehow. There we go, zoomed all the way out though. We recently implemented this scaling for Cryo's June. Use 8.8 fixed scaling. I don't think I've actually played that one. But yeah.
Gun.
Yeah, that level that definitely lasted a lot longer on this set. So I'm thinking the other set is somehow just a lot harder.
Kill your enemy by enemy.
I just seem to be dying before anything had happened on the other set. Let's get the sword. No, you've got the sword. Also, there didn't seem to be all the weapons.
Rocket launcher. Rocket launcher.
The explosion there just tipped the entire vehicle. So that doesn't look quite right. There's some bad blocks down there. We'll ignore that corruption. That might just be the game. I don't know. I've never seen it do that before. Where is the sword? Where's the sword? I've never seen this game in person, so it's probably Asia and I'm pretty low on health though. Yeah, I lost that. The art style reminds you of Elevate Action Returns. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? That's I can see that's an interesting game over sequence. I don't know why there were those two bad towers. I've never seen that happen before, but maybe it's always happened and I've just never noticed. But yeah, the parent set seems easier than the Korea question mark clone set to me, but that might just be me. So we've done some arcade games. What about some not arcade games? Or at least one non-arcade game to get us going a little bit. Now, here is a massively underrated handheld system. The Atari Lynx. The graphics bug is a MAME bug. Interesting. I mean, the Namco Zoom stuff isn't perfect. We know that. I mean, Emma Rowdy has some issues in one of the sets, and as discussed, Metal Hawk has issues. I think Metal Hawk is the same time map setup as that hardware, same rotation. Anyway, checkered flag on the Atari Lynx. Now this also came out on the Jaguar, but the Jaguar version is a very messy attempt at doing a 3D game, whereas this on Lynx is your more traditional sprite scaler. I think that one of the things that makes the Lynx hardware interesting is it's not a tile map and sprite based system, it's a line blitter. It can blit zoomed lines, which kind of makes it perfect for games with zooming. I mean, especially at the low resolution the Lynx runs at, it means it doesn't hit the performance too hard, so line blitter kind of works here, and it means a lot of the Lynx games look very different to anything on the other handheld systems. Yeah, you played some Lynx on the Atari 50th on the Switch, Adam. It's very nicely included that. I mean, you know, that collection did go above and beyond in terms of the systems, and that's also where the newer Jaguar emulator came from. It was developed for that. I mean, unfortunately, it is all closed source, so the overall community benefit from it is minimal outside playing the games, but it does mean that if you just want to play Jaguar games, there is now a pretty decent emulator. Unfortunately, MAME's at Jaguar emulation is pretty terrible. I did want to play Super Burnout for the Jaguar, but that is one of the most difficult Jaguar games to get running properly of the regular library, and MAME doesn't stand a chance because it barely runs the easy to get working Jaguar games. Is that a cow? Have we found our first cow of the day? I believe we have. That looked very cow-like. Right, this needs to go on cow spotting if that's good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are cows. Some black and white ones too. So there's a surprise. I did not realise checkered flag on the Jaguar had cows. I'm also in last place, so I've been admiring the cows rather than racing. Ooh, there's a corner. Do stop pretty suddenly if you hit something. Atari cow. Yes, it's an Atari cow. Now, if cow was here, I know what cow would be asking for. We may look at that later. But yes, a nice little sprite scaling racer, which you do have to slow down for the corners there. Hard driving is also full 3D, yes. I mean, we're not going to be doing entirely racing games. But there are some non-racing games that have some interesting zoom too. So, yes, I didn't exactly do very well, did I? Decent station courses. I guess I could put it into nice bit of speech too. Say, the Lynx is a rather nice piece of hardware. But yeah, that is checkered flag on the Lynx. I don't think we need to spend too long on it. You've seen pretty much what it is. Here's one that may surprise you. Flower by Claru. Now, if you look at this, you probably don't think it's a game with zooming. However, if you look at the very top of the screen, where the flowers appear, what's the energy bar? You see the way they are zooming in just before they appear in full? That is actually hardware zoom. This hardware has hardware zoom. It might seem unlikely, but yeah, proper actual hardware zoom going on here. Now, I'm not going to spend too long on this because, you know, it's quite a minor zoom effect. But I wanted to highlight it because it would be easy to not notice it. It would be easy to not realise this hardware had hardware zoom. Flower is an arcade game, yes, Adam. It's a very odd arcade game where you shoot flowers. But, yeah. Once you see that little zoom at the top, and when the lines of flowers or the powers appear, they will zoom in slowly. It's a nice effect. It's subtle, but it is a genuine hardware effect, and it adds a little bit to the game. And it's quite a fun game. Now, one of the weird things with this is, it's clearly an 8-way game, but the parts manual always says 4-way joystick. It's not. You can't play this with a 4-way joystick. You have to be able to move diagonally, and the attract mode moves diagonally. So I don't know why the part list says 4-way joystick, because, well, I guess it's a mistake. But for a while, this was set to 4-way joystick in MAME as a result, and it was not playable. Also, I'm not doing a very good job playing it here. We should get the big flower boss, but so I keep dying. Talking too much. Also, getting speed ups is not always helpful. Maybe that didn't get maximum speed, thank you. Really likes giving me the speed up, isn't it? I really don't want the speed up. Well. This is broken. It didn't used to do this. I think we found a bug. I wonder when this started happening, because I don't remember the game locking up like this. Yeah, I think this is a main bug. At some point this has probably regressed, because it didn't used to do this. Interesting. Okay. This happens far too often on these streams. Far too often. That was Flower. Apparently Flower is currently broken. Hey Cinemax. Welcome. Good to see you. I don't think Flower's Alpha Denshi. It was licensed to Alpha, developed by Graphic Research. Yeah. So yeah, apparently that is currently broken in MAME. I wonder who broke that, or when it broke, or if it's. I played it before and played it a lot more than that, and it's never done that. So I'm gonna say it's been broken at some point. Right. That has thrown me off a little bit, but let's go with a software zoom on the Amstrad CPC. Now, this is a game that was developed for the CPC Retro Dev competition. One just gone, in fact. Not that. The ocean is filled with delicious treats. Hurry and eat them all. Now, with this game, I want you to consider that the Amstrad CPC does not have sprites. It definitely does not have hardware zooming. It just has a Z80 and basically a frame buffer. So everything you see in this game is being done in software. This is this is a very recent one. But let's bring up the credits. There you go. That's who made it. 2022. So right. So basically, you drop down this tunnel effectively, and you have to try and collect all the food. But yes, this is all done in software. And to me, it's kind of impressive. Because this hardware is not meant to be doing any kind of zooming like this. And it's even textured. If you look at these, the squares that have patterns on, the fruit is a texture. So we have you don't want to land on the angry faces, they kill you. You also don't want to bounce back up to the angry faces, because that's equally bad. Boogie Boy on Thunderblade and C64. Yeah, some of the conversions did have some scaling. A lot of those conversions, the scaling was recalculated though. They had fixed sprites at different resolutions, whereas this, from what I'm told, is scaling. Well, I think it calculates the scale in software. And, it doesn't store pre-rendered versions of all these tiles. So that's why you've got a really nice, smooth zoom, as opposed to being in quite ugly steps. And I landed on the unhappy. Oh, I landed on the unhappy face twice. You see, you're going down. Now, this didn't win the competition. I mean, personally, I think it deserved to place higher than it did, because it's quite an impressive technical achievement. So you've got moving blocks now. Now, they can only move in tiles, because that is one of the limitations of the game engine that's made here. But still, you can see the way the challenge is building up. If I wanted that pizza, it would be quite tricky to get. "3D Data East," a 3D Manhattan. A little bit. I mean, I think it's pretty good. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do this stream, was just to give this a bit of attention. It does get attention from the Amstrad CPC scene. The streamers like Zypho will be showing this one off, because I mean he was rather impressed by it. But outside of that, I don't think many people see it, and I think I've failed. Yeah, Goatfish has run out of energy. Nebulous just the fancy rotating effect. I don't know if it really zooms, Carlo. Knuckles' chaotic bonus stages, aren't they 3D again? I mean, we can look at some Sega system, but not the 32X. Let's quickly look at the Sega CD. I'm thinking of the special stages. I get them. I get them mixed up. Right. So Sega CD. We don't need the lights at the bottom. Yeah, AB Cop's actually one of my favourites. Soaphead again is polygons, isn't it? Well, it's streamed graphics. It's not really zooming. Maybe the sprites, but the backgrounds are definitely streamed. Yeah, the Sega CD. Now, this the Sega CD is kind of interesting, because people say, it adds all this zoom capability to the hardware, but it doesn't actually change the VDP. What it does is add a sort of zoom accelerator chip for processing data in RAM, but then the Mega Drive side of things still has to actually have the tile space and upload the results of tiles. So it's sort of it's a helper, but it doesn't actually give the video hardware itself 3D zooming capabilities, which is kind of why it's really awkward to use. But you can see they did games like this, where they are making pretty good use of said zoom helpers. Maybe not most impressive. If we've got time, we may look at another Sega CD game later. But, nice CD music as well. I think the Batman games probably pushed them to limits a little more, Mr. Fun Guy, but I wanted to not be entirely, all driving games, so I thought, let's pick up a space shooter in the mix too. Oh, I should have got that. A little bit afterburner, really, because I can change these missiles. Look, into heat-seeking missiles. Got a selection of weapons. Got extras. You see, we're gradually approaching this planet. It's getting bigger as we go. We've got these things to fly through, go around. Yeah, it's not like Galaxy Force 2 level impressive. The weapons I want here. There we go. Close to the. Yeah. Now we get to the ground levels, and it starts to look a little more impressive. My only real complaint is the game probably starts off a bit slow. I like my games to throw me in the deep end a bit more than this wants to. So you can bomb the ground with this weapon. If you want to. But yeah, it's one of those games where if you actually want to fail at this stage in the game, you really have to put in the effort to fail. You know, you have to try and crash into everything, otherwise you'll get quite a lot of game time after it by default. Yeah, it's core design. Core design did some decent work with the Sega CD, to be fair. I just don't think it was quite enough over what the regular Mega Drive could offer for most players, and you know the SNES also had games that were probably slightly more impressive looking with the Mode 7, so it's a lot of extra hardware for something a SNES could really do. But still, if you happen to own one, then you could definitely have done worse than playing this game. I mean, I wouldn't call it 3D. It's a ground plane and scale sprites. But if you want to call this type of thing fake 3D, sure, I guess. It's kind of super scale imitation. You see, I get hit loads, but still, I'm only just about dead. And that's with me really just casually playing it, not even trying to avoid much. And you might still manage to complete that stage. No, I mean, I think back in the day people would have maybe said 3D, but once we got actual 3D tech, I don't think people would be calling this 3D. It's still nice. I mean, to me, if you want early 3D, then more of the vector type things like Star Wars. Look, what does it take to die? Let's just crash into things repeatedly. There we go. I actually managed to blow the ship up. But you get the idea. You've got the zoom into levels in space. You've got the ground levels. Some nice zooming effects, really. Now, I don't think we need to keep looking at this one. It was just a demonstration of how the Sega CD provided some semi-hardware zoom capability to the Sega CD. So it doesn't actually improve the VDP, but does let you transform the graphics in RAM to upload to the VDP. Now let's go to a bit of Taito, and this is Gunbuster from 1992. Slip Heat had true 3. I mean, Slip Heat was all pre-calculated. It streams it off the CD. It's basically already encoded graphics on the CD that it streams and decompresses into memory. So it's not actually 3D rendering it, but it's quite fancy technique, really. So this came out in the same year as Wolfenstein 3D. I think this came out a bit after Wolfenstein 3D, but something to keep in mind. Now it does have a 2-player option, as you can see there, which is kind of impressive. So the same name as the anime. This is all sprite based. I do think this tutorial takes a bit too long. I think this could have done with giving this enemy a bit less healthier, to be honest. But that's just my opinion on that. I guess because the idea was quite new in the arcades, they wanted people to be absolutely sure they knew how to play it before, you know, chucking them into the main game. Because you didn't get many games with, you know, this type of, you know, I'm playing at WSAD and a mouse for the aiming and turning. Go to the edges to turn, WSAD to move around. Yeah, this isn't a rail shooter. This, I mean, this is a hybrid system. It's not necessarily System Z or anything else. I mean, Taito did do some good System Z games, didn't they? System Z, if you want to be American. But this was sort of a blended hardware, a bit like Operation Wolf 3, but obviously a lot better than Operation Wolf 3, which I'm not playing. I'm not sure Operation Wolf 3 even works at the moment properly. Well, this never worked properly, but this one's chasing this guy around in circles and trying to blast what he's throwing at you. Probably helps actually shoot down the missiles and stuff too. But yeah, this does a lot more than a rail shooter, which is kind of why it's impressive, especially for '92. It would be so easy just to go your standard rail shooter, but this was doing a lot more. This is not related to the anime. I guess Gunbuster is kind of a generic name. But yes, it has local. I think local multiplayer and linked, maybe? I don't know. I'm pretty sure there was a communication option in the service mode, so I think you could link the cabinets too. Any bullets cannot be shot down, avoid them. Oh, there's a lot of them. Look at that. Yes. We continue. Doesn't the multiplayer kind of act in a co-op type way in this one? If you're local multiplayer. Now you can tell it's sprites because the draw distance is not the best. It fades to black fairly close in. But it is still an impressive effect. Don't know where she came from. Just my only complaint is that the enemies seem to have a bit too much health. Too many approaching. Yes, I know there's too many approaching. Where are you? You're right here. Yes, it's amazing what some simple sprites can do for you. I think that was a double KO. Yes. There's a co-op mode and a deathmatch type mode. Obviously, I will not be trying to demonstrate any kind of deathmatch here or even link up because MAME doesn't emulate any kind of link up. Hey look, you can choose who you want to go after. It's non-linear. So there's your overview map. The rooms are made of squares, but it's still convincing. And it's smooth, that's one of the main things. When I lose this life, we will move on. There's more to demonstrate. Get out my face. Where's he gone? Well, I don't know how it recharges your special weapon. I'm not quite understood that mechanic yet. I can't go through there. The arrows not against the most help. Oh well, I failed. Oh look, there's a CD. There you go. I do like high score screens that actually put in a bit of effort too. Burning Skulls. This was Gunbuster. The title is in the bottom corner, Pietro. So, where do we go from there? I think this one is a vertical game. This is Konami's Typhoon. Now, this is one of those interesting Konami games where different versions have the levels in different orders. The version is called Typhoon, which is the name that's ported over here, have a 3D zooming level first, which is why I've picked this version to show. The Ajax versions start with the standard vertical shooter stage. As you can see, we have zooming clouds and zooming enemies coming up towards us as we dive towards the ocean. Now, I'm assuming I don't know if this level was always meant to be first. I have a feeling it wasn't, and Konami just sort of rejigged the order a little bit when they renamed the game to Typhoon, because they wanted to highlight the fact that it does have this fancy into the screen level. And Ajax has different music for the 3D stage too. I guess, yeah, they reordered lots of little bits and pieces and added, changed things and tweaked things. Yeah, you see? Nice zoom down. Right, but it's there, but that might just be how it is. I don't know. Is this an 8-bit game? It's a Konami CPU, so technically, I guess that's an 8-bit CPU, yes. We do have these attacks too. Yes, let's not just give up there. Let's actually try and complete the first level. I mean, I know the first level is the one with the zooming face I want to highlight, but that doesn't mean I don't want to complete the first level. Yeah, it's an 8-bit system with the kind of fancy graphics hardware, really. Let's just avoid these, because I don't think we'll shoot them down, can we? Oh. I mean, all Konami games have custom chips. Usually lots of them. No, except like the really early ones, but anything of this era. It's not quite Metal Hawk, is it? But What I'm actually meant to do... I don't think I'm meant to crash straight into the ship. I think I'm meant to blow something up, and I can't remember what I'm actually meant to do on this game. That's better. Shoot the core. I thought that's what I was meant to do. It just seems to be working. So yeah, then we get to like this, you know, standard and quite ordinary Xevious type clone vertical shooter with. Well, again, it's got the same shooting bomb, but it's just a vertical shooter now, and it will alternate with, you know, levels like this and then the 3D stages. No, the 3D stages aren't that much fun to play. You don't get much warning on some of those missiles, and you seem to get point blank pretty much. And I mean, I don't think it's a great game. It's a game that was kind of quite famous for a while when it got the ports over here, and it's also one of those where even the ports don't really get talked about. I mean, the 8-bit ports, at least the 16-bit ports were, yeah. A slightly forgotten, maybe for good reason, game. I don't think it's terrible, it's just... It's one of those games, compared to the few, where they tried to basically make 2 games in one, and neither was very good. SPY is similar, that's also got that Into the Screen flying Space Harrier clone, and a really bad beat-em-up. Yeah. C64 really was amazing. Yeah, maybe that was the version people liked. Anyway, that was a Typhoon. Yeah, a Konami game. Never been a favourite, but it does have that zoom in stage, which is kind of iconic. I think a lot of people remember that part of it. Let's risk our Saturn emulation. You only have that for the X68K version. How's that port? I don't do much. My Saturn's not set up. Interesting. I didn't know about the X68K port. Is it pretty much arcade perfect? I've not got any X68K games on my list today. I probably should have researched a few more of those. So, this one I discovered the other day is developed by the same people as Survival Arts. Now, I think I've made my feelings on Survival Arts known before. It's not a personal favourite, but you can kind of tell from the same ugly pre-rendered graphics. Death Mask versus Chili and Pepper battle. But you can see it's one of those fighting games that zooms out. It zooms in and out quite a lot. Quite jarringly, in fact. It's kind of a game that is potentially a Halloween pick, but I didn't realise it. I didn't know the controls. And I lost. Yeah. I mean, this was a Saturn exclusive, I believe. Can't imagine why nobody wanted to port it anywhere. I mean, to me, I don't like Survival Arts, so, I mean... my opinion on this is not going to be drastically better than... Probably need to know the moves too, otherwise I'm just going to lose again. Oh, or did I not lose? Oh, Death Mask 1. Compared to Survival Arts, this feels like Third Strike. I mean, Survival Arts has its fans. You know, I think Aussie Guy even said they quite like Survival Arts, if I'm not wrong. I can never quite get the hang of it. But yeah, a lot of fighting games do this zoom thing. I'm thinking the first one to do it was Art of Fighting, but I'm not sure. Which is one of the reasons I was thinking we'll look at Art of Fighting later. Yeah, it's very janky. Very janky. Very ugly pre-rendered. Yeah, I lost. To Chili and Pepper. Or C and P. I'm not going to continue because I just want to pick a different character. I'm wondering if it's just an evolution of the same engine. Total Saturn gave it a 90. No one else gave it hell on a 60. I mean, I can see why some people might like it. You bought a Survival Arts PCB for $30. That's pretty good for an SSV. Is that including the motherboard and everything? Or is that just the ROM board? Because that's got the motherboard. That's actually really good. There's a lot of good games on that platform. Headless Horn. You can't even look at this, it's just so bad. Reminds me of a Data East game. I mean, I think Tattoo Assassins is better. Maybe Kaneko's Blood Warrior? I don't know. Oh dear. Yeah, I should probably include this in like the next Halloween stream I do. Oh dear, I'm dead. Just a guy holding his head. It's like, what? Well, that time I made it look easy. Tattoo Assassins. The program eventually did the port of Fighting Vipers 2 to the Dreamcast. How did that turn out? I've never played it. What? I just transformed to a different character. Does this game just have transformation features? I know nothing about the game. I'm stood on the scenery now. It's got interactive scenery. Yeah, this game, it does remind me of Blood Warriors. Except I can't play Blood Warriors today because Blood Warriors has no zooming. So we'll probably die on this stage at this point. So how do I jump on the platform? You can jump on the platform. Oh, I can jump on the platform. The problem is, much like Survival Arts, it just zips all over the place, and it's very disorientating. Yep, I've transformed into something. I think that's just a move. Oh, and the sound...
Hi.
Sound? I don't know. Yeah, we'll move on when I die, which will be shortly. Is this a hidden gem on the Saturn? I don't think it's that hidden. I don't think it's a gem either. They saw the enemy sounds from Spider-Man Arcade. Maybe it's just a public domain sound library. Or, you know, one they could pay to use. So, that's quite an experience. But, you know, it let us cover some Saturn. I should probably do the game that is being teased by the background and everything, shouldn't I? Kind of makes sense. It would kind of make sense. So let's load up to the right one. Hidden turd. Pulley Ruler has scaling and mode 7 heads. We played Pulley Ruler in the last stream. I'm pretty sure that's why the last stream got marked as not suitable for all advertisers, because of that one game. So yeah, Turbo Outrun. A lot of people don't like this. Personally, I like it just as much as Outrun. Now I'm going to go for automatic because, why not?
Welcome to the car. Good luck.
Now I've loaded the clone set here, which is I think an older revision of the game, and the first thing we'll notice is that it has different music. The thing I notice is I don't appear to have a turbo button in that. Hold on. Oh, turbo is V apparently. Why is turbo V? Okay. So I don't know why Sega decided to change the order of the music between revisions, but they did. And the older revisions start with this music. Unlike Outrun, you don't get to choose the music, so you know you get the tracks it wants to play. It starts with this more pumping soundtrack. I think this version's also got a bug with the police cars where if you game over with the police cars, the siren doesn't stop until like halfway through the next track mode or something. But anyway, obviously I'm not playing this very well because, well, I'm playing on keyboard for a start, and I've not played it for a long time. But I can't remember where any corners are. Now, this is the other thing people don't like. It has a continue feature. People go, well, it's not out when you continue, but I mean, it's your choice. You can just ignore the continue feature. You think Russia Difficulty is the better song? That's the other one, is it, on the parent set? I guess, I mean, since Sega replaced it on the first stage, they must have thought the other tune was better too. Or at least, you know, more appealing, more one they want to push at players first. I think this game could have done with slightly beefier hardware. One thing you do notice compared to the original Outrun is it has a bit of slowdown here and there. But it is doing a lot more. There we go, now this can match my background. But yeah, I think I said on stream before though, as a kid, when I played this game first, I was really impressed by this snowy part in the arcade. I hadn't seen snow effects in a game before, so when you suddenly got to this level where there's snow blasting in your face, I just thought that's really cool. So maybe that is one of the reasons I have a soft spot for Turbo Outrun. It's the weather changes. It's just, you know, the whole arches changed colour too. They went from rocky arches to, you know, snow-covered arches. You've got these snow drifts, and you know, I just like that. And then it didn't really get any decent home ports that were available here for a long time, so it was a long time before I ever saw the game again. It is basically linear, unlike Outrun, which, I don't know, I don't mind that too much. You do get to choose your upgrades at a certain point in the race, depending on if you're in the lead or not. The girl will swap cars. I'm not in the lead right now. But yeah, you don't get to choose your stages. But not every racing game needs that feature. Hey Sean, welcome back. Welcome to this stream. I think you were on the previous one, weren't you? So welcome to this one. Don't think you've said anything earlier on this one. Chase HQ is great. Yeah, we may have a look at Chase HQ as well. Was that Carlo? And hey Christian. welcome. Welcome from the UK to Argentina. And, you remember October Outrun on the Genesis? The Genesis port's a bit lacking. I think the X68K port was alright, wasn't it? Was it the FM? Yeah, X68K or FM Towns, I can't remember. One of the Japanese computers had an OK port. Not perfect, but okay. Oh dear. But yeah, my driving is not good. So once we turn that here, right? So you said that was the music you get on the first stage in the clone set. It's just for the sake of showing what I'm talking about.
Select transmission. Automatic.
Let's load the parent set.
Welcome to the pod.
So you see, this is the different tune. You get this tune on the parent set. Now the other tune is used on a different stage. You know, there are no unique tunes in the versions. They just move them around. I think this is more like your classic Outrun tune. I mean, this wouldn't feel out of place on the original Outrun, whereas the tune that the other set had feels more American. It feels more rocky. You know, maybe that's why they used it in the first place, is because they thought it fit the theme better. But then maybe they thought, oh no, we should make it sound more like Outrun again, and they put this song as the head song instead. I don't know. I mean, I didn't make these decisions. It's just curious that got changed between the versions, and that this one does sound more like an Outrun track, whereas the other one doesn't. I'm split. I don't know which one I prefer personally. I'm not going to play too much of this though, as we've already seen these stages, and I just wanted to talk about the music there. I think Radmobile is pretty much a tech demo, Christian. I mean, it's impressive visually, with us, not necessarily all the zooming, but like the blending effects on the windscreen, things like that. We might have a look at Radmobile. Oh, I really should have stayed down. Ooh. So, you know, one thing I'm kind of sad. The awful home computer game Outrun Roper didn't get a proper arcade version. I would have loved to see Sega just take that game and actually make a decent bike-based Outrun game in the arcades, and just go, no, this is how it should have been. You know, but, instead we're left with that being a very embarrassing home exclusive. Outrun, the futuristic Outrun, 20 whatever it is pretty good. Like the Mega Drive one. Again, that would have been quite nice to have a proper arcade version of, but never happened. Make it for System E. Radmobile is Sonic's debut, indeed, with a little hanging overheating in the snow. Yeah, I think I don't know if you cool down a bit more quickly in the snow, but yeah, the Dive Bomber Squad, one Aussie guy. That is very unfinished. Very, very unfinished, and also terribly out of date for the point it was meant to come out. Here is some fake scaling. As you can see, if you look in here, there's scale versions of all the sprites in the ROM. So nothing you see in this game is real hardware scaling, it is all pre-done. Yeah, Power Drift, I mean, the Y board is a powerhouse. Unfortunately, Power Drift's pretty much broken in MAME at the moment. At least the Japanese and Link versions. The 68K rewrites broken them. I don't know about the parent set, that doesn't seem to crash as easily, but I wouldn't be surprised if you can still crash it. So this is by Current Technology Inc. in 1985. Not a household name. Same year Space Harrier came out. Platinum version's only 30 frames a second though, isn't it, unfortunately. So, again, we've got a kind of radiant-y background, so we're back to like Buck Rogers type of visuals. Now you've got your crosshair for air shots, and also you've got your ground. This game isn't as hard as I'm making it look, by the way. You only have one fire button. Just, you know, avoid things that can fly towards you. It's not proper scaling, it's all fake scaling, but, you know, for fake scaling, it's actually kind of impressive. You can tell I'm assuming it came out after Space Harrier, because, I mean, it's a little too much like a cheap Space Harrier. Now, one thing I was disappointed to learn is that what I thought was a vertical prototype of Space Harrier is actually just not vertical at all. It was the one with the actual Harrier jet. I thought it was vertical, but it's not. It was just the video I was sent was squashed and cropped a little bit. But yeah, this one I think just get overlooked because it's by current technology who nobody's ever heard of. Now I do know I can play this a bit better than I've been playing. Yes, this is pretty good fun. It doesn't evolve too much. You've got slightly different enemies. You get those sort of train-like bosses in the background that get longer, I believe. But I don't think you'd have minded too much if your arcade had this as a cheapo cabinet rather than, say, an actual Space Harrier. I think you would still enjoy it. You just need to have auto fire. I guess that's a power up or something. I don't really quite feel it. Unless the game always has auto fire. I've just been hitting buttons for no reason. You drop in for work stuff. Alright, take care, Pietro. Catch you on the next one. So there we go. That's the first stage. And now it changes colour. The music's changed a little bit. We've got a flag of the bumblebee now as the accompaniment. So we've still got this space trains in the background. This is also joystick based, not analog stick based. So it's you know, it's not as technically advanced in any way as, you know, Sega games, but yeah, it's got a nice bonus for getting those. We'll play this credit and then we'll have a look at something else. Current technology is based in Taiwan. This is a Taiwanese game. It seems a lot better than I would have expected. Do you think it was developed in Taiwan, or do you just think it was sold by them in Taiwan? Is this actually known as somewhere by a different name? Oh, got a bonus life. Is this a case of like current technology's licensing it and was missing the original, or is this actually a current technology's development? Kind of similar to Space Harrier, Afterburner, Galactic Storm. Yeah, it's that type of game. Yes, it's playing Flight of the Bumblebee. I think that's it, game over. It wasn't on the first level, as far as I know, but by that level, second level, yes. kind of a Taito-like font, isn't it? But not quite. You can choose stage 1, apparently. Right. Where shall we go next? Shall we go a bit sports? Shall we go with some sports? I think I've played this one before. Stone Ball from Art and Magic. Flight of the Bumblebee was in Donkey Kong 3. It's quite a popular tune. I've heard it in a few games. This thing takes a while to boot. You thought it was developed in Italy, but it's actually a Taiwanese game. It's a very good game if it's their only game, I have to say. So, Stone Ball from Art and Magic. Now, this, as far as I know, was developed in Belgium.
Select your village.
So we'll play as the Wild Hogs
Select your opponent.
against
Fisher King.
Fisher Kings.
Get ready. Go.
So this game is full of scaling on the sprites and all sorts.
Super power. Super power.
That is not how you meant to play that.
Go. Extra speed.
Art and Magic had some very good artists, at least. It's sort of a Stone Age, like, yeah, hockey, football-y type game, isn't it?
Go.
You can do like that. It plays alright. It's not the best playing game in the world, but you know, it's not one of those that looks great and plays absolutely terribly. I've enjoyed playing it. Kind of a typical for your sports game. Yes, tell me how to tackle. So apparently it doesn't think I'm playing the game very well, and it's probably right. The arcade game, which this game, this is an original game from Art and Magic, Belgian developer. It just play like your typical arcade sports game, really. You pass the ball around, and once you're close enough, you score a goal. Reminds you of Sabu Soccer. So I mean, Sabu Soccer doesn't have any kind of zooming or anything. Art and Magic were very heavy on their special effects, and I'm surprised this didn't get ports to like some of the home systems that did line modes, say Saturn or 3DO and things like that. But it was an arcade exclusive, and remained that way until it was emulated. They're making a comeback here, though. I better be careful. Full time, and I win. I have a little time.
Wild Hogs wins. Select your opponent. Gold bear. Get ready.
We've got a bit of rain going on, you see. To add to the effects. Tackled it. We got it up. And they scored. I mean, to me, all the little bits of flair in the presentation, like those ostriches when you score, remind me of the way the crowd jumps around in Capcom Sports Club Tennis, although Capcom Sports Club Tennis does only have the one animation. This has quite a few little things that can happen. Get beat here, though, aren't I? This match isn't going so well for me. Ooh, what am I doing? Somehow. I think gameplay-wise, it reminds me a bit of the Hat-Trick Hero games from Taito, especially the F3 ones. That's got lots of wild tackling in too. So, just those with a bit of a European touch. I think I've lost this match. Should probably look at PGM, shouldn't I? The problem is, with PGM, there's very little to demonstrate the zooming. It's not used in that many places. Okay. Full time, and I lost that one quite badly. What do I think of this game? I think it's a good game. I think Art of Magic, they didn't make much, but I think they put out some good games. They put out this, they put out Cheese Chase, and they put out Ultimate Tennis. And they're all good games. They're working on another one, I think Spellsinger, that never came out, unfortunately. But yeah, Stone Ball is a well-presented, fun little sports game from Art of Magic. Definitely not a big developer, but a good developer. One of the better-looking European developers, I think, in terms of the quality of their games. I mean, a lot of European games have a distinct European style that's kind of janky, not much in the way of special effects. Whereas they've got some good art and lots of special effects, and it all comes together very well. But yeah, okay. PGM was mentioned. Yeah, PGM's odd. PGM does have zoom capabilities on the sprites, but only on the sprites, not the background layer, which makes it incredibly difficult to use them anywhere unless you only want zoom sprites. So there are a few places in the games where you'll see zoom used, and I'm going to briefly show it on Dragon World 2 here. It's always ugly. It's not a very good or capable zoom feature, but when I select the level here, and look at that horrible gap after beginner, that's just how the game is, it will zoom. There you go. That is PGM hardware zooming. It's not super impressive, is it? No. So it doesn't use the zooming in the game here, which is just tire matching, everybody's favourite type of game. Tire matching with controls where you actually have to hold the button down for a second for it to register. I don't know. I think this was a quite a boring effort. The early days of PGM did not hint at the games that were to come. Unfortunately, the games that were to come didn't really make much use of the zooming either. I mean, things like Oriental Legend use it to shrink the characters on the high score table, for example, but don't really use it anywhere else. They use it there on the Stage 2 logo. That was a bit of hardware zoom. Otherwise, yeah, it's a tile matching game. PGM does the hardware zoom, but you barely notice it. We'll quickly look at another case where PGM hardware zoom is used. DoDonPachi III. At the very start of the game. So when I insert a coin up, select my fighter. Here, it's used right here to zoom the border. And you can barely tell. And that's it. That's the only place in this game the zoom is used. I mean, it's a pretty cool game. But PGM 2 has the same. It can zoom in the same way. PGM 2 PGM2's hardware is basically like a rearranged PGM1 system in terms of capabilities. Registers are moved around, but generally very similar video capabilities. So I'm not going to play that game. I just wanted to show where PGM hardware has zooming, and it does have some zooming. Yeah, I mean, it's PGM hardware, but if you want the original board rather than bootleg cartridge, then yes, that's a little bit expensive. Being a cave game and all that, they tend to be. Now, I know people probably wanted me to play a bit more of that, but nah. Here's one that runs far too quickly in MAME. I mean, it is pretty nice zooming, but too quickly. Let's get out the trusty old Virtua Boy. I think we should probably just view one screen. So, this game, the problem with MAME is it doesn't emulate any of the Virtua Boy timings properly. The video system in the Virtua Boy is not that fast. So, this game is running about 2 or 3 times faster than it should do. Yeah, the Virtua Boy apparently is also quite loud in MAME. So you bounce on the heads of these things, and there we go. It works, sort of, but say the timings are all off. This game is meant to be about half or maybe a third of the speed. So playing it at this speed is super hard mode. This is also a prototype game, which is a shame because it's actually pretty good. I just have a feeling it might have made people sick because it's you know, this constant zooming in and out on that headset. Obviously, it would have been a bit slower zooming in and out, not like this fast, as I said. But still, I can't imagine that would be easy. The Virtua Boy is very red and black. It's one of the most famous things about the Virtua Boy. Just how red and black it all is. Now, despite this being too fast, me wishing, you know, that somebody with a keen interest in the Virtua Boy would come along and improve MAME's Virtua Boy emulation, I still kind of like it. It's not very easy though. Not at this speed. There we go. Game over. Shall I try again? Bound High, this is called, by the way, if you didn't see it. Yeah, there are definitely better Virtua Boy emulators. I'm not saying you should be using MAME for Virtua Boy. I just know this was a nice example of a game with zooming. But yeah, I think if you want to, you can play them in VR these days, as MAME points out. And it's a pretty good option actually if you want to play Virtua Boy. You've still got the problem of it being quite hard on the eyes, because well, that's unfortunately how Virtua Boy is. Even if the emulators tend to offer like black and white instead of red and white these days because it's less painful. It's still not super easy. You can tell just how too fast it is, but it doesn't even have time to play the end of level tune before it moves on to the next level. It's no. There we go. But not that one off too. There we go. Plasma stage. slightly different mechanics. You had a match with positives and negatives, or I think just push them off before the end of the time. There we go. 1995, PlayStation. Password, BXD, stage 7. PlayStation. We should look at some PlayStation, shouldn't we? Well, we should look at one specific PlayStation game, which kind of caught my eye. We'll do that next. Tube Panic. I think I've played Tube Panic quite often. I might throw it in at the end if I've got plenty of time. I do really like Tube Panic. I think it's a fantastic example of zooming and scaling and all sorts of hazy visuals. Oh, I missed. Game over. Whew. There's an intensity to that one at that speed. I guess if I was to try and play it at the real speed now, it'd probably seem really, really slow. But yeah, that was bound high on the Visual Boy. I don't know if there's anything like that on modern platform. I'd assume there is. So, yeah, on actual 3D hardware, it's still got zooming in you know, what was tends to be called billboard effects, which we use especially on early 3D hardware where they didn't have the power to do everything in 3D objects. A lot of it was still 2D zoomed, sort of billboarded graphics. So this is ESPN Extreme Games, which was also re-released as One Extreme when they didn't have the ESPN license anymore. And I don't know what the controls are set up to. What are my controls set to? Entirely on the joypad. Okay. Interesting. This game is very Road Rash looking, yes. Okay. Okay. One player exhibition, easy, video off. Look at these old CRT. So I don't really know how to play this one. I think it's one of those where you have to upgrade over time, so I'm going to be really bad at the start and can't go very fast.
On your mark. Get set. Go.
If you look at this, so how do I actually get any speed up? Do I just do this? I seem like really slow. Not like that. But you see, this is mostly billboard and sprites. Even the road layer is very Road Rash. It's not a proper 3D road, it's a kind of 2D road. I'm assuming there's a way to get more speed. I just don't know it. Is that how you get more speed? That's not why you do anything though. So I'm in 16th place because I can't seem to go very fast. But I'm not here to really demonstrate me playing the game well. I'm here to demonstrate the fact that it looks very much like a 2D sprite scaler. It's in fact, you know, you could probably do this game on the Cool Riders hardware, which was sort of Sega's last proper sprite scaling board. I'm sure I'm missing something in the controls that lets me go faster. There seems to be a lot of people wanting Tube Panic. Maybe I'll have to bump that further up in the stream then. Maybe I just can't go fast in the first race. Maybe it's one of those games where you have to lose the first race and upgrade. I really don't know. Never really played it. I've just seen it in videos and thought, That looks like a sprite scaler. Barrel. There's a PC port of this. Roller games in 3D. Yeah. Unfortunately, like I say, I'm not making this look overly exciting, but that's because I don't know what I'm doing. But that is me. Also, I was looking at the chat, not at the tyres. You've got punch buttons too. I mean, and kick buttons, look on the triggers. So it's very Road Rash. If you can actually get close enough to punch somebody, you could, you know, be punching them and kicking them. There we go. Kick somebody. And flat on my face. Fighting rollers, roller races in HD. Indeed. Or skating Road Rash. I just don't seem to be going very fast. So I don't know. Is there a way to lie down like they are on the ground? Is that what I'm missing? Is that how you go fast? Some way to actually lie down? I do feel like I'm missing something important with this one. Though I am gaining places about me. I'm not going to gain places that way though. Radical Biker. That's a proper 3D game. No, I don't think those upscaling emulators would change how this one looks that much, because this is really just 2D type tech, 2D sprite scaling. It might make the objects look a bit more detailed in the background. It might lose a little less detail. I don't know. I tend not to like that type of thing in the games anyway. I prefer to play them as they were meant to look. Of course, that's just personal preference. Nope, that's how you slow down. It's a very 2D tram. No, you don't. This is why this one stood out. Because, you know, even with most of the games with billboard and sprites on the PlayStation, the road will still be a full 3D road. Not like a, you know, traditional arcade road layer road. And this is done like an arcade game. You know, you say you could probably do this on some of the Superscaler hardware, which is why I wanted to feature this one here. Not because I think it's an especially good game, although it seems like a potentially good game. I mean, I think once you get into it, and you know what you're doing, and you know actually how to go fast, and not just fall over and end up in 14th place the entire time, that is literally stop. No. But say some of this is more like proper 3D, but a lot of it is just scaled. The 13th place, I missed 14 gates. That's probably not a good idea. Night Striker. Yeah, I might look at Night Striker, the arcade version. Anyway, that was a PlayStation game that looks more like a sprite scaler. There's a lot of people asking for Tube Panic, so Tube Panic it is. Now this is a very fancy looking game. I've played this a few times before, but not the smoothest scaling, but still respectable scaling. It's the it's the background that really makes this stand out, and why it's called Tube Panic. Well, we'll see. Because now you're in a tube. Ooh, tube. Now, it's a fairly simple game design. But it's good fun. I mean, it does remind me a bit of Stun Runner, but Stun Runner is a 3D game, so you can't do a Stun Runner. Also, Stun Runner has the non-tubey bits. The very first game to have sprite rotation. Wouldn't surprise me, it's a fairly early game. Which one we got? It should be. Ooh, dock with the ship. Okay. I think I failed to dock with the mothership. I overshot it a little. Sewer Shark 84. It is a little Sewer Shark, isn't it? We'll give it one more credit. I don't want to spend too long on this one. I think I have played this quite often on stream. At least it feels like it have. I think it's one of those games I like to show off just because, yeah, it looks impressive. So I guess it makes sense that I play it on the stream because it's early sprite zooming, early sprite rotation, fancy background, which is a zoom effect in itself, really. You don't recall it on here. It's possible it's just streams you've not dropped in on. Or maybe it's just one of those things where I think I've played it more than I have. That happens. I mean, I'll go through the games and I've played that one far too often, and then I'll have maybe only played it once. I see it with other popular streamers too. They'll say they've played games too often, and it's like, I don't remember like you last playing that. Has it been like years? And then they'll play other games that I've seen him play in the last like month or two. It's one of those things. Very difficult to remember. Little holes. But, yes. I think you would have been blown away by this in the arcades in the 80s. Even if you put this next to a Space Harrier, this would still look impressive. I mean, Space Harrier is flat. This is not flat. Not flat at all. Oh, impressive for 84. My play of it's not very impressive today, though. I usually do it better than that. Never mind. But you get the idea. It's lots of fancy-looking tunnels. You think you played it quite often during breaks in high school? It would definitely be a good one to play. A quick one to play. Right, as I said, Power Drift is kind of broken in MAME lately. If you're lucky, we might get in game. If you're not, you're not. So it booted this time. Sometimes it doesn't even do that.
Welcome to our big adventure and good luck.
Oh, okay. It's going to let us race this time.
3, 2, 1, go!
It may hang at any point, though. This is the problem at the moment. Power Drift in MAME is kind of broken. Sometimes it hangs right after the course selection screen. Sometimes it hangs on boot. Sometimes it... Well, you know, it just likes to hang. Don't know why either. I mean, the 68K rewrite improved most things, but this game, yeah, it made a mess of. So it's quite lucky that it decided to boot this time. Still frames.
Hurry up!
I'm not playing it very well, though. Failed to qualify. The only play this on the PC engine. Is it going to continue to work?
Do your best and good luck. Go for it.
Okay. Maybe if it decides it's going to work, it will work, and if it decides it's not going to work, it doesn't work. I really don't know. Because for the most part, if you try and play this in MAME at the moment, it doesn't work. So, I do consider it quite lucky that we've got a race out of it. I think the parent set works. This Japanese set, yeah, most of the parent will hang on you. I mean, Power Drift is one of my favourite games. I think it's one of the best and most impressive scalar games Sega put out. Maybe Galaxy Force II, especially the fire levels, rival it in terms of, you know, the visual appeal. Because, I mean, those fire levels on Galaxy Force II, or that fire level, is quite something else. There we go. Yeah, the wide board is way ahead of its time. Really, I haven't adjusted the keyboard sensitivity to anything half reasonable here. I think the game is maybe not running perfectly. Just feels a little off to me. But I do love a bit of Outrun, yes, Adam. I think Outrun is Outrun definitely came out everywhere. It was a worldwide release. So let's see if I can actually crash it again. I don't know why it crashes. Why it doesn't sometimes. Nope, not that time. It's decided it's going to behave at the moment. Yep, right now it's behaving. I swear I tried this Japanese set off stream about 10 times, and it would always hang when starting a race or on. But there we go. It's hung on boot this time. You see, sometimes that will happen, and that is really, really weird as well, because you know, sometimes it will boot, sometimes it won't. You know, sometimes it will hang on this bit. I don't know. It doesn't work reliably at this point, but I think the Link version's even worse. Now I see that this is going to work, isn't it? So wait for the countdown. Yeah, for some reason it wants to behave now. So let's have a look at the Link version. Link version doesn't really use the gear stick. What does it? I mean, it says it. Oh, it does. But this has got, see, the track changed a little bit. They've got that jump in the middle there. So this was a version that was made for link-up cabinets. It takes out the rotation effect during gameplay, slows the speed of the game down a bit to be more controllable, and it's basically a multiplayer elimination contest where you're meant to, you know, you've got to finish above a certain point. Power Drift was designed by Yu Suzuki, a very famous name there as a guy. So yeah, I'm wondering if there's some weird uninitialized problem with this now, but I really don't know. It's just strange that I'd pretty much written off playing these versions of Power Drift on stream, because when I was testing off stream, I couldn't for the life of me get them to run properly. And now suddenly I'm on stream and they're working pretty much. There's something very weird going on since that 68K rewrite, and I don't know why. Yeah, you can see how much slower this version is, and how it's... And what it's not as exhilarating, but if you want a slower paced power drift, if you didn't like how fast and almost, some would say, uncontrollable power drift was, and didn't like the whole tilt thing, and wanted a different style of game, then there is this Link version, although the actual Link feature isn't emulated, so you can't play against, like, pardon me, 8 other players or however many you could link on original hardware. However, if you do want the elimination style game against the computer, it is an option. It didn't want to make the stream look good when it crashed on Flower earlier, Nathan. I mean, I don't know what's happened to Flower, but Flower just decided it was going to glitch out on me.
3, 2, 1, go!
We're going to have to see if there's been any changes to the Flower driver of late, or if it's been broken for a while for other reasons. Because, that shouldn't have happened.
Second lap.
See, there is a bit of rotation when you crash still. They've just toned a lot of it down. They've kind of tried to make it a more sensible game. Still got the crazy roller coaster tracks though. I mean, that's what you really love about Power Drift. I think in this one you've got to finish 5th or above to not be eliminated. You get a lot of gameplay for your credit in this version. No, I mean, maybe if you hack the code it can be Cisco, but not by dip switches. You can turn the tilt off on the original Power Drift with the dip switch. Look behind still works. But the same dip switch that turns it off on that does not actually do anything on this, it's always off in game on this. So now I've got to finish 4th level basically. I mean, I'm not complaining that this game's behaving for the stream, I'm just warning people that it probably won't behave for them a lot of the time because, well, it doesn't at the moment. But it's the same graphics. I think just because they're not moving as quickly, you get to see them better. Ooh. I'm 4th, I have to finish 4th. Okay, at the moment. It's a more leisurely experience. 4th is good enough, I think.
Go for number 1. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, it's easy to overlook this version, but I would say don't overlook this version. In some ways it's a more enjoyable experience. It's closer to playing something like Outrun. You need 4th though, you need to be in 3rd. All the other, so you do have the proper drivers, and then you've got all the drone drivers. Overtaking those doesn't improve your rank, so I won't get moving rank with that guy because he's not one of the proper racers. There are only the other cars that aren't eliminated at this point, the ones that are still flashing at the top there. And if you finish last, you're out. Now I must I've lapped that person. That at least I don't know. Right. Finish 4th, I need to finish 3rd, so I'm... Oh no, the other drivers are still in there. I thought it only put the drivers who were still racing in, but no. Finish 4th. So, yes, for some reason this didn't crash either. Speed up. I think this countdown here is just... Well, you can't see the countdown. Yeah, seems to be working on stream for whatever reason, because okay. TX1. This is a bit small. Right, this is a 3-screen game. I think there's still an undumped version of this, an enhanced version. And a lot of people just say, oh, this is just, you know, all stolen ideas, a bit of a rip-off. But I'm pretty sure this is the first racing game with branching paths. I mean, this predates Outrun. I don't think Sega had a racing game with branching paths before this. So I'm pretty sure TX1 here, which I'm doing terribly on, is the first one with branching paths. It takes a little while to get used to the controls, unfortunately. I'm playing on mouse here, and there we go. I didn't even get to the branching path. Thank you. Right, for the sake of the stream, I'm going to just give you the center screen. There we go. Well, now the shift doesn't display. I don't think I can display the shift. Single screen shifter left. Is this going to show me? Yeah, okay, that's better. Right, so yeah, it is still a 3-screen game, but just so you've got a better view of what I'm playing, yeah, I've cut the other screens off for now. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, V8, I think, is the one that's still not dumped, is it? Yes, this. I actually really like this game. I'm not good at it, but I think it's a very impressive little game. But would look more impressive if I was good at it. It's a little like Pole Position, but more ambitious than Pole Position. It's not a circuit racer like Pole Position. It's just as tough on the corners as Pole Position. I mean, I guess at the time they weren't that much of a small company because they put out all these massive games, but they faded into obscurity. Haha. We do get to the split road. There we go, you see. Fancy split road. And it does change scenes. It's, yeah, we've got to. I think we're from France now. Is that the Eiffel Tower I can see? Yeah, Pole Position just used the Z8000, which is a very unusual choice for an arcade board. Very unusual choice in general. So we're not going to get very far on this, I can tell you that now. You get the idea. Look at the rotating car. Yeah, Tatsumi did lock on too. Tatsumi did some really good stuff early on, and then some not so great stuff later on. I've still not managed to look at Apache 3. Well, I did look, but I couldn't work out what was going on. It almost feels like there's meant to be a rotation ROM or something that's not there. But there probably isn't, because there's plenty of games on that hardware dumped which don't have rotation ROMs. So it must just have some weird sprite hardware that can convert a single rotation value into an actual rotation, which is really odd. It literally seems to write that angle on the sprites and a height, and from an angle and a height it gets the rotation? I don't know. Oh, crashed again. Yeah, this is pre-Boogie Boy. And yes, it was licensed to lots of people, including Atari. I think there's some Taito logos in there too, weren't there? Tatsumi definitely got their games around. I think even Namco licensed them. There you go, there's a Taito logo. Classic old Taito logo. So you've got this hill as well. You know, the sides tilt, which is more impressive when you can see all three screens because it's quite a big tilt. But that's amazing. And look how busy the road is. There's loads of cars here. Yeah, Namco in Japan, Taito in Asia, and Atari in the US. Yes. Sorry, that was the I pressed the wrong button there. That was the pre-show again. No drinking and driving, someone. So no. So that was TX1. Okay. Dare I? This game has two 68030 processors and a TMS 34010 at 50 MHz. I don't know if this runs at full speed or not. The only way you can make this run faster is by overclocking the sub CPU, which I think I'm going to do. This is by Kyle Hodgetts. The problem is the sub CPU clearly already runs fast enough based on logical behaviour of a 68030 and the clock speed, but whatever.
Welcome to the Skimaxx Challenge.
What are the controls even set for? X.
That's incredible! You made it to the super course!
Okay. I think the sensitivity's all wrong on this. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty wrong. So this is with the sub CPU running twice the speed. Which is probably too much. I don't know. I've never seen this game running. This is Kyle Hodgetts special. I think maybe I'm going to reduce the CPU speed a bit. Literally, yeah, there's basically no... I don't like it when it's running at slider controls. When it's at like 100% speed, it just feels far too slow. Let's find a compromise.
Welcome to the Skimaxx Challenge.
No, Kyle Hodgetts PC-based games don't work. I don't know why it's gone into this view. I want this view. Well, you can see it's got lots of zooming. And that's about it.
That's incredible! You made it to the super course! Ooh, that's got to hurt! Oh!
Now, as you can see, this is not a very good game. I mean, if you know Kyle Hodgetts, that probably shouldn't surprise you. I literally don't know why the view keeps changing either. Tropical Angel is much better than this, yes. Right. I can choose Expert
Welcome
in Europe.
to the Skimaxx Challenge.
I mean, I don't know if this has any redeeming qualities. I mean, I'm going to say no. It feels like one of those shovelware games you can download, say, on the Nintendo Switch eShop that nobody knows why exists, except in the arcades. I think maybe the half speed is right, because at this speed it's really difficult to play.
That's incredible! You made it to the Super
I know it seems to zoom in, but maybe that is I don't even know.
What a jump!
Maybe I do need to just reduce the speed. Honestly, I don't know. It's a Kyle Hodgetts game. It's a mess. In certain situations, apparently you go invisible. I don't know what those situations are.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Apparently, if you don't overclock the CPU, it doesn't happen. Oh, it just still happens. I don't know. It's pretty bad. Oh look, there's even an advert for another Kyle Hodgetts game, Frantic Fred, in the background. Shall we not play any more Skimaxx? Okay, can we conclude that Skimaxx has sprite scaling, but is an absolutely terrible game that should never be played or talked about ever? There we go. You could repair an Taito F3 board with it. Yeah, that's one thing you could do with it. I don't know. I mean, I guess as a piece of hardware, it's quite interesting. But as a game, it's not. 3D Thunder Ceptor II, or Thunder Ceptor 2 from Namco. Now this does have a 3D glasses option, which we will not be using. Are my buttons incorrect here? Yes, they are.
Out of cold.
There we go. A Namco game I've never heard of. Yeah, I guess it's a fairly obscure one. It is the sequel to Thunder Ceptor 1, which is pretty much the same. I think maybe Thunder Ceptor 1 didn't have a 3D feature from memory. I don't know.
Out of cold.
What the different weapon cards are for. I do know that I'm not doing very well. Hey look, it's got Xevious squares. You can tell it's Namco, it's got the Xevious rotating squares. That seems to be an auto fire button. What's a special weapon? I don't know. Record of my game. It seems you don't get much gameplay. I failed. Yes, I thought we'd better switch to something good before everybody just stops watching because I'm playing Kai Hodges foolish. And yes, this is a Namco game that doesn't get talked about much. And so I thought I'd play it. Because that is what I like to do on these. While I will play popular games, highlighting ones that nobody really mentions is worth doing. So, now, I don't know if there is even more than one course in this, or if it's just like a pretty much a bomb and run score type thing with the novelty of 3D classes. Or if, you know, you have to do a bit better than I am to get anywhere, like another course. As in, don't keep crashing into everything. Oh no, apparently I can get to the next course. There are more courses then. I don't know what I did better this time than last time, because I thought I did worse this time, but apparently I didn't. Where's your Hyperzone? Yeah, Hyperzone is the one I'm thinking of. It's pretty good. Is that the one that's a bit like the Death One from Star Wars? So this has split the course into two sides. Which, you know. And now you're back in the middle. Ooh. After, of course, slows you down very abruptly as well if you hit the edges. Something emotions in. I guess I ran out of energy or something. You used the gas. Ah. The game is Galaxy. Yeah. Is it Galaxy Force? Galaxy Force does have that gas timer, doesn't it? Right. Let's go back to some sports. And Data East and Hoops 96. Version 96. Skyfox from Jalico. Yes, that's a pretty good one, isn't it? There we go, we get to zoom in. So lots of, the MLC system has lots of zooming capabilities, which, you know, I don't think Data East were afraid to use. So this game zooms in and out all the time. If you've played Street Hoop on the Neo Geo, it will seem instantly familiar because it's basically the same game, just an updated version of it. Most of these, it's just to and fro. There we go. Fancy dunk. Don't know how to tackle, as I don't apparently. also known as Don't Dream. Yeah, the Neo Geo ones. These versions aren't. These versions are just hoops. In fact, it's got 3 different titles, hasn't it? The Japanese, European, and USA of the Neo Geo game have all got different titles. One of those unusual games where, yes, they just decided, yeah, you don't have one title we want to give this, we're going to have to give it 3. And it's a pretty good example of a scaling game, this one. I believe the board supports dual monitor output, but MAME doesn't emulate the dual monitor output for this system yet. It's interesting how many basketball games use zooming, actually. It's one of the things I notice. A lot of them do. It's almost a standard feature in basketball games. And you've got Video System Super Slam as well, that's got quite a lot of zooming in it. I lost that one. But there was 95 and 96. They're separate games. There we go. Game on Data East MLC hardware, which say has some nice video capabilities in terms of zooming and the like. Don't think we need to play it too much more though, do we? Ooh. Jaleco had games with zooming too. Is that what Wikipedia says? I could be wrong then. So, Cisco Heat. This has got terrible sounds. And with this, Jaleco managed to make hardware with a ridiculous amount of CPU power look thoroughly awful. I mean, I know some people quite like Cisco Heat. I am not one of those people. I think it looks awful. I think it sounds awful. I think it plays awful. I think this whole cornering mechanic is ridiculous. I think there's no sense of speed. It's like, yeah. Look, what is this about? You have no idea where you're going to be on the road. It is just terrible. I think it's quite flickery in MAME. I don't know if it's this flickery on real hardware. Strangely enough, I don't think many people have uploaded real hardware videos of this game. It's not great. I mean, the ports are even worse. If you know, the C64 port of Cisco Heat is one of those legendary bad games that has a frame rate of about 1 frame per minute. The CPC version isn't much better. When this was the source material, I don't know. Yeah, the C64 version of this. That will bring back some bad memories to the people. I mean, to me, this game in general, why? But I think the only one of these Jaleco racing games, like, quite. I know it's meant to be like San Francisco, but the way the hills work looks more like it's an actual earthquake. Yeah, and then you've got this windy bit of road. You know, that famous windy bit of road you get in all the San Francisco maps on any game that's got San Francisco, which you absolutely don't want when you can't see what you're doing in a driving game like this. To me, this is Kyle Hodgett's bad. I'd say I don't know if the way the things bounce is an emulation issue. Look, that just is like an earthquake. This hurts. I mean, maybe it's not meant to be this bad. I've never played the original. The only one of these driving games from Jellicoe I have played the original of is Big Run, which was really quite rough on original hardware. So I'm going to guess this is just as rough on original hardware. But if it's not, I would take it back. But I think the fact the design in general is so bad doesn't really help. Lambard Street, is that the name of the bendy street? And finally the sirens stop, because that's the other thing with this. You're a police car, and they have the sirens all the time, and it's painful. Big Run is a mess, but it's an almost enjoyable mess. This is just a mess. Wild Pilots is even more of a mess. The F1 games, they're okay. Yeah. I'm not playing any more of Cisco Heat. I'm sorry. I can't play any more of Cisco Heat. Well, Cow didn't show up, but poor Cow, who is not here. Namco presents Final Lap R. Final Lap really quiet. Okay. Where's Final Lap R super quiet? Whatever. Yes, this is the one you clearly have been waiting for. You can watch me spin this car repeatedly, because it's been a long time since I've played Final Lap. My ability to play Final Lap is worse than it was back then. But yes, at least this Final Lap, unlike the other ones, has quite busy backgrounds. There's lots of scenery, lots of demonstrating that this this board could actually push a fair number of zooming sprites around. I mean, we already know that Namco hardware can push a lot of sprites around, but the other Final Lap games never really demonstrated that well, whereas Final Lap R does. I mean, it's got a pleasant amount of scenery around the track. It still feels like a very strange game to be released when it was released, you know. This was in the 3D era of racing games, really. But, there we go. So... Cow joins now and says play Final Lap. We have to just tell Cow to rewind the stream. Okay, let's play one more racing Final Lap. Just so that I can say I played Final Lap. We always like the title driving games better. That's not the best start, is it? Wrong gear and holding down the pedal too early. Will I ever learn? No. No, I will not. So, which Taito driving game should we play? If anybody says Racing Beat, I will say no. Likewise, Super Ground Effects or Ground Effects. Those ones I don't want to play. What are you doing on the course there? Stupid cars. Learn to drive. We've got a vote no car. We've got a race vote for full throttle / top speed. So not the X68K port though. Because the X68K port of full throttle is not good. Maybe we should play the X68K port just for that. No. I can't do that. It's just too bad. So if you wanted games that make the X68K look like a tier text with the main developer and the hardware wasn't capable of anything, then play full throttle on the X68K. Is it the X68K? I'm pretty sure it's the X68K. This game is definitely a rip-off of a pole position, yes. Now I'm questioning it. Okay. Is this the really bad version of full throttle? I believe this is the really bad version of full throttle, but now I'm going to have to find out. We will play the arcade version too. Sound down. So, if you had a wonderful X68K, yeah, I'm just going to speed up the loading. Sharp did it themselves. Oh. Yeah. What? Oh yeah, this is just how it runs. Is this just how it runs? What? Is this worse than Cisco Heat? Debatable. I mean, it's a pretty bad port. Sharp really did ruin this version. The X68K, we know, can do much, much better than this. I don't know. Look at these sprites. They're zooming like 8x8 pixel houses to maximum size. I don't think this one's perfectly in MAME, but I'm pretty sure that it's just as bad on original hardware. Shall we try again? I would have at least liked to get to the checkpoint. This port me. Well, I mean, what would have happened if Sharp had ported this. Use nitro. I mean, the horizon is flickering a bit. The music's intact. I mean, let's give it that. The music sounds okay. Oh wait, I was in low gear. So, would anybody like to buy an X68K based on playing this? I think it would be quite a hard sell. One of those games where it's so bad it looks like you're going backwards. Checkpoint! Yay. Right. I don't even know what was an advert for. Are they like half trees? Quarter trees, just the tops of trees. Something must have gone horribly wrong in the development of this port. It's... But, you know, hopefully, if I'm bad enough, there won't be that much time left. Is that an Operation... Yeah, that's an Operation Wolf advert. I can make that out. Right. There are some gaps in the zooming, but... yeah. Full throttle! On the X68K. Now I just, you know, made sure the X68K is properly represented on the stream. Chase HQ's not the best port either. From memory. It's overrated. Right. Sorry about that. Let's actually just play what that was meant to be. The same composer as music as Vaston, Rambo, and Rainbow Islands. Now, as you can see, this is a little bit smoother and faster than the X68K version. And it has sprites you can recognise. But yeah, you know, that X68K, which is meant to have like close to arcade perfect ports. If anything, I kind of like the sound back from the X68K version. I don't like the engine sound on this, but that might be a main thing. Also, I just lost already. Well, let's give it another The opponent says Hot Jams. Yes, it does have a good soundtrack. I mean, it's Taito. Taito rarely did bad soundtracks. But yeah, this is night and day difference between this and the X68K port. Not an easy game though. The scaling is lovely and smooth here, which is what you want. The weird thing is with the X68K version, you can tell they were working with the original assets, but they just downscaled them to the point that they are atrocious. Am I going to fail again? Okay. Hit switches, initial power 70. Easy. Let's actually try and get past the checkpoint. The port was 1 year after the arcade and early in the X68K line. Yeah, it's probably inexperience at that point. It's not a game X68K owners talk about for a good reason. It is up there with the C64 Cisco Heat ports and the C64 Chase HQ port. I'm changing gear far too early, I know that much. Oh dear. I'm doing worse this time. I'm still going to fail even the extra time, aren't I? Maybe not. There we go. I mean, I guess the X68K version at least follows the structure. It did have the split in the road. It's just everything was ran so badly and was so difficult to recognise with the awful low resolution graphics that it wasn't very playable. I think Outrun's more stylish. And I think Outrun handles better too. Never been a fan of the handling on this, to be honest. But again, this is one of the earlier Taito racing games. It's pre-Z system. Nice rounded tunnel there. Instead of the usual square one, now we've got a standard square one. Hit something. Yeah, that was a nice tunnel. The tunnel effects in this are pretty good. One thing a lot of games don't quite get right are the tunnels. So this one does a fine job of them. So I think on easy it doesn't matter how often you crash. Apparently you can Can't really get enough time on easy that you can be a really bad player and still complete a lot of stages. The whole Nitro system is obviously pre-Case HQ2 and pre-Turbo Outrun, and in that sense this could almost be considered like a prototype Chase HQ design, not chasing after a car, but you've still got the Nitro system, which would obviously define Chase HQ as, you know, timing when to use your nitros to catch up with the criminal. Stem play by crashing straight into a tunnel. The father of the system dead, yes. Taito did mix things up a bit. I mean, we talk about Taito platforms as one thing, like a lot of the so-called F2 platform games are not really one platform. It's just a family of platforms. But yeah, this is definitely 3Z. Oh yeah, a nice round track. They like their split tracks in this too. Yeah, so we've got hot jams the entire way through. Sorry if I missed saying hello to anybody who's joined in the chat, by the way. I'm trying to briefly watch the chat while playing, and doing both is challenging. But welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and if you are new here, you know, nice to know how you found the channel. And if there's nobody new here, that is also fine, but I don't think anybody can ignore it. The X68 port is the only port it had. That surprises me. But anyway, nice and loud and boomy. Apparently we're almost on 3 hours. I'm not quite done for today yet, though. I mean, it's not quite midnight. Right. Okay. Let's move away from the arcades once more. Let's go with a little thing called the Game Boy Advance. On the PS2 in Japan. Yeah, Japan got a lot of things. A game by Ubisoft, apparently. Is this another really quiet one? It is, isn't it? That's because the volume set really low. Oh yeah, I know why the GBA let volume set really low, because we played that game where the sound was completely broken.
Make your choice. Play solo. Select your race.
Yeah.
Choose your monster. Select transmission.
Okay, this works well. That, of course, clearly doesn't work. I played this earlier. I know this works to some degree. There we go. I think the other course is just broken in MAME for some reason. MAME's GBA emulation is not great, but when I tested it, I tested this course, and this course works. And here we have the GBA doing some really quite nice sprite scaling. I mean, the GBA can scale sprites, but there are surprisingly few games that do it. I'm assuming this is using sprite hardware, not just software rendering it, because the GBA did also have a lot of games that software rendered stuff, but so got the really button. Again, this is presented like the traditional arcade sprite scaler, which is what I liked about it. I mean, I don't know how it plays as this type of game because I've never played it before. But I just saw it and thought, yeah, this fits the theme. It's on a different system. No cows, just elephants. Yeah, I mean, the GBA has a really, really good library. There's lots of spin-offs of games that you wouldn't expect to be there. There's a lot of bad games too. I mean, let's not pretend there aren't. There are a lot of, like, why does this exist? And it's kind of frustrating that it had a lower resolution than the home consoles that came before it. So, you know, when you've got things like your Sonic sequels, it's kind of difficult to play them because the lower resolution than the Mega Drive and just feels wrong. But it still has a really solid library of games worth playing. I think this, at least on the surface, seems like it might be one of them. At least if you like your sprite scaling races.
New record.
Yeah, I don't think people have really got into the stage of, you know, hyping up the GBA yet. So if I go to this course, does it fail again? Yeah, it does. Apparently that course doesn't work. That's really weird. Delphine Software. Flashback developers then.
Make your choice.
Yeah, that track doesn't work. Unfortunately, because it's a game where you have to unlock progress. I can't have a look at any other tracks, I guess. But I bet this is the same one, isn't it? Yeah, this track doesn't work. For whatever reason, the second track doesn't work. But you got the idea from the first track there. So I think that was enough for that game. Very weird bug though. You would expect if one track in a racing game works, all the tracks will work, not just like one doesn't work for no apparent reason. So one thing we've not really looked at much are shooters. That was their last game. That was a good one. I'm really curious to know why that fails though. That's a really unusual thing to see fail. So, Typho's space shooter. I mean, everybody talks about Operation Wolf, Operation Thunderbolt, and that lot. Very few people talk about this one. At least these days. Oh, they're hostages, aren't they? Yeah. Oops. Never mind. It's easy to hear the GBA crash sound, just rip out the cartridge while it's on. Well, I didn't rip out any cartridges. But, yes. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why that level doesn't work. It's again though, MAME's Game Boy Advance emulation is kind of bad. Most of the games I want to play on it fail. I'm lucky if they work. I thought that one worked because when I tested it earlier, I tested that first level, and then, you know, I find out even when the first level works, another level doesn't, because, yeah. Don't use MAME for Game Boy Advance, basically. This feels like one of those games where you're always going to be losing health, unfortunately. I don't think it's that fair. Yeah, I mean, I guess GBA is better to play GBA games on a different portable system with an emulator than the original hardware. The original hardware at this stage is not really something you want to use for Winman. If you're playing like GBA on something like a Steam Deck, yeah, it's going to be pretty good. Or, you know, play the re-releases that are on the Switch. A nice OLED screen. I think MGBA is the good one, isn't it? From memory. Is it MGBA? Yeah, MGBA. I don't mind people mentioning the other standalone emulators. I'm not going to stream them because the whole point of these streams is that I use MAME for better or worse. Yeah, I don't mind mentions of proper, you know, better emulators, and hope that one day MAME can be as good, but I don't know, I don't think there's anybody looking at the GBA stuff, unfortunately. Yeah. I believe the MGBA developer is not one of the fans of RetroArch and doesn't like what they're doing with their work, but it's usually the case with RetroArch. People do not like what they're doing. So yeah, maybe this game is just a little dull. I don't know. Same aliens. Not very tense. It's just on a dull spaceship shooting the same sets of green aliens again. Doesn't quite capture that Operation Wolf, Operation Thunderbolt feel, does it? Hey, Joanne. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oops. Now, I think there is a better game very similar to this from a different company. Based on a movie. So yeah, Taito's Space Gun. It's okay. I remember having more fun with it back in the day. I think it's one of those that's just not aged that well. You received a fatal wound. Oh, look, fancy line swirl. You like the Steel Gunner game's better? Yeah, the Steel Gunner game's pretty good. They're faster paced. The problem with that game is really, really slow paced too. And if you stand it up against this game from Sega, GBA was physical play F-Zero. I don't know what compatibility would have been like with the later games, because obviously sometimes the earlier games are easy enough to get running. Beastbusters, yeah, I think Beastbusters hardware does have zoom capability, but I don't think the game uses it much. There you go, zooming already. So, yeah. Obviously, this is a lot like Space Gun. Except, already, I've got a flamethrower, and this is 10 times more amazing than anything we saw in Space Gun. It's faster paced, too. It's got the lighting effects, the fading to red to make the alert, fading to blue in this room with these blue lights, which is apparently they run out of red bulbs or something. But look, it's busier. There's these things jumping up at you. You've got neat bombs that look like they're doing loads of damage. It's like Space Gun, but good. You think Space Gun's the best alien game? I much prefer this. If you ask me which one I want to play, I will say this every time. Space Gun, not so much. But maybe Space Gun's fairer. You like it, but you like Space Gun more. That's fair enough. I find Space Gun a little bit dull. So, just trying to have different opinions. Saturn and Sega did have a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, you know, there's enough content. I've not done that. I could keep this going for another like 6 hours if I wanted to be fair. I don't know if I'd do a follow-up, but depends if I look at my list and go, I really should have played that. Yeah. Look, suddenly it's gone quiet and creates more tension. What's going to happen next? Far better at mood building this one. Great use of the scaling technology. Super face hugger. The always super face hugger. And there's Jurassic Park as well, which is on System 32, which is a really impressive sprite scaler. In fact, you know, as far as entirely sprite-based type things go, I think maybe Jurassic Park is the most impressive on System 32. It's really unfair as a game, but technically it's probably the most impressive. Story. I like games with level maps like this, you know, but not maps, but you know, where you are in the progression of the game. Like Ghouls and Ghosts does it too. They're just Super Ranger, but we don't talk about Super Ranger. Real Battle Shark. Yeah, Battle Shark's a potential one to have to look at, but I don't know if I'm going to get around to it. Look, rain effects. Fancy rain effects. Continuously. I will just use one more credit. Area 51, that's all pre-rendered. So, doesn't qualify for this, but it's a fun enough little shooter. But yeah, Area 51's all pre-rendered and streamed from the hard drive. Which is a complete waste of Jaguar hardware, but there we go. In fact, I think Area 51's probably the most popular thing that was ever on Jaguar hardware. Because nobody really liked the Jaguar that much, but Area 51 remained quite a popular game well after the Jaguar was like, nah, don't like, nobody's buying a Jaguar, it's dead. You can still find Area 51 in plenty of arcades and plenty of people playing it. Except it's something that really didn't need to use Jaguar hardware, it just needed something that could stream some video and overlay some sprites on it and stuff. Danger Explosion. Yeah, there are Atari sprite scalers. Jump scare after game over. Atari has been mentioned now, though, hasn't it? Atari has been mentioned. Please forgive me. This is Pit Fighter from Atari. The ultimate competition. Now, let's just be buzz. Pit Fighter was released in Japan by Konami. Why? But yeah, this has quite a lot of sprite scaling. If you go to the back, you scale down. Go to the front, you scale up. The weird thing with this game is the 8-bit home computer ports for the Amstrad CPC and Spectrum try to replicate all the scaling in software on a Z80, and it runs at about 2 frames a second. I don't know why they did that approach, because, you know, they could have just taken a better approach. They could have gone like the Master System version and used tiny little sprites. But no, they decided they wanted to do software scaling to try and replicate the arcade look in monochrome on a Z80, and it's horrendous. I mean, it's ambitious, but why? Of this, I mean, if I was to want to play a version of Pit Fighter, I would go with the Mega Drive version. It's uglier, but no, I would say the arcade version is a coin muncher, whereas the Mega Drive version is probably a bit fairer. The SNES version is just awful. Namco knew it was trash and let Konami publish it. I mean, it's not like there weren't games equally bad in Japan, though. I mean, what is it? Solitary Fighter, is that the one? The Taito one? That is very Pit Fighter-like, but without the digitized sprites, but still walking around arena. Oh look, I've already lost a coin. I mean, okay, you have to give it credit. It did look a bit different at the time. It has attitude, but no, it's not a good game. I think it's before Mortal Kombat, isn't it? So this was doing this. I think this was doing digitized sprites before Mortal Kombat, wasn't it? But it's very, very clunky. I only put it on because it's got scaling. You might not immediately notice the scaling, but it is there. Plus the alternative was like Guardians of the Horde or something like that. Or Space Lords, which is basically unplayable without the proper cabinet. But yeah, Pit Fighter. Atari scaling, Game over. You think Violence Fight might be... That's the one I'm thinking of, isn't it? Violence Fight. Is Solitary Fight or a different one? Let's go old. Blaster. A VidKids production for Williams Electronics. This is another one of those that has a blitter. Much like the Atari Lynx hardware, this is blitter based, so it can draw scaled graphics slowly. Archers. This game's kind of slow, isn't it? The Gundam like anything, yeah, Gundam Final Shooting. It's pretty good. Now the prototype of this has like 30 waves instead, I believe. This is one of those games that changed quite a bit between prototype and release. It's an incredibly messy game. Speed up. Yes, this has a very weak CPU. So when you think about it, this is pretty impressive. Worst fighting game you played in PS1 was Twin Goddesses. Never played that. Sounds like I haven't missed much. Unless you know, we should do another like bad game stream, and you know, if people want to suggest bad games, Why am I flying through these? Why am I... what's going on? Vampires. The 5200 version was developed first. That's interesting. I've never played that either, Aussie guy. How does it compare? So you can choose your start wave. Start. Saucer landing. Shoot red saucers. First or last? Oh. Okay. But it really means first or last, doesn't it? If you shoot it second, it launches other attacks, maybe? I don't know. Don't get it. Yes, there are plenty of bad games. Bad games are fun. There aren't that many truly awful arcade games though, because most of the time they just failed location tests and never got released. Unless you're talking like games that didn't really have location tests. For example, you know, Kyle Hodgitt stuff. Let's go faster. This game is visual overload. Paradise is 50 million light years away. Yes, very much so. That was quick but intense, but I also think we've probably seen enough of this. So yeah, this has what, 18 waves, 19, 20, and then there's the prototype 30 then. Let's just quickly check. Last probably O. Location test. I think this is it. Has this even got the thing in track mode? Oh no, this has just got. Yeah, see, yeah, that's got 30 waves. The location test version has more waves. That's one of the interesting things with Blaster is, if you play this older version, it does have 10 more waves than the final version of the game. So we'll briefly play the prototype version. I think for the part that you're going to see, okay, it's a slightly different order. We start with this part. Rescue Spaceman. Yeah, it's one of those where there are the prototype is kind of interesting. Some differences. It shouldn't be overlooked just because it's a clone. I don't think they'd get away with this much flashing on the game today. Now the second stage is the magic archers. Yes, I mean, I guess you can say this is sprite scaling, even though there's quite a lot of it is primitive shapes, but some of them do have definition like the sprites. Yeah, it's not quite polygons. Yeah, not a bad game for 83 this. It does slow down a little bit much, but it's 83. Very difficult though. The lights are making me sick. Yeah, it's a bit flashy. I mean, this was the 80s when apparently flashing as much as possible was good, whereas these days flashing as much as possible will make sure your game never gets released. Go back to a fighting game. A fighting game that not many people want. What? That's odd. We will not. Maybe. Let's try this. There we go. Wrong bias. Golden Axe Duel. So, yeah, the Golden Axe sequel nobody really wanted because it doesn't play like Golden Axe. Sega on STV hardware. STV, another really good platform for zooming, in fact. There's lots of STV games with good zooming effects. Yeah, Saturn hardware, basically. So, yes. Look there, we've already got some zooming in the intro. We already had a look at Saturn hardware with that spooky fighter game, but this is the arcade Saturn hardware. And we have Golden Axe, the Duel.
The Duel.
And to be fair, the character art is rather nice. No, I don't think it's that bad personally. It's just not a game anybody wanted. I found it to be fairly enjoyable. Not perfect. I mean, like any fighting game from a company that's not really known for fighting games, really, I suppose. The problem is everybody just wanted a proper Golden Axe game and they got this. It zooms in and out, and it's even got nice stuff going on in the background. So look at the rotating windmills. Don't know any of the moves, so you know, my ability to play this is somewhat limited. I may have turbocharged myself somehow. Yes, it is a bit like Blandia from Illuma, isn't it, Aussie guy? I'm surprised Golden Axe hasn't had a good reboot yet. I mean, you know, when you've got these Turtles games and everything else, and the new Double Dragon games apparently getting good reception, you know, you could easily do. Streets of Rage did as well. The Streets of Rage got well received, so you could easily reboot Golden Axe and do a really good job these days. I thought Golden Axe 3, apart from being a bit ugly, the Mega Drive one was a pretty good game. It just didn't have much variety in the visuals. So, yes, apparently I lost. We'll pick a different character. I think bridges can be burnt, but it's a popular enough game. You can play Death, Doc, or Green. Let's just play. Let's click. But it's got some really, really nice graphics. I mean, look at this background. These backgrounds look fantastic. Even the sprite work is good. It's just not a game anybody wanted, as I say. I think that's the main problem with it. It doesn't play perfectly. It's a weapon-based fighter, and it's no Samurai Showdown or Last Blade. Also, it's got this novelty that potions on the ground, where you know, just like in Golden Axe with them. Clearly, a lot of effort is put into it. I guess it's just one of those cases of, oh, everybody's going to make a Street Fighter 2 clone because Street Fighter 2 is the popular game. Is Golden Axe the first brawler where you can run with a double tap? I don't know, main fan. I mean, there weren't that many 8-bit brawlers, were there? Because it's one of those genres that requires a fair bit of processing power for all the enemies. So, I mean, Golden Axe, mid to late 80s, is quite early in the genre. Lost. Not bad, just better arcade fighters. It probably also doesn't help that it was on the Saturn as well as the arcade, and Saturn, the console of disappointment for many people. Just running into his attacks now. I mean, the Golden Axe the Golden Axe Game Gear game, the RPG was pretty good, and that obviously isn't strictly Golden Axe either. Anyway, I'm sure if I knew the moves, I would have got a bit further, but I don't know the moves, so yeah. Here's one where it uses zoom in an unusual way. Guwange, however you pronounce it. Somebody did correct me once in the chat. This has a very unconventional zoom. You see this effect there? That is a zoom effect. Because this hardware, when it zooms sprites, it doesn't make the pixels bigger, it makes the pixels further apart. So there, again, that's a zoom effect, where the pixels all join together. And my controls. All the time, all these little explosions you see, where we've got this pixelation effect, that is actually a zoom effect. But the hardware, say, it doesn't actually make the pixels bigger, it just spaces them out. So, can you really call it a zoom effect? I mean, technically it works the same way as a zoom effect. Just, you say, it doesn't make the pixels chunky, it spreads them out. So I wanted to highlight this because it's unique. I don't think there's any other hardware in MAME that does zooming this way. It's very, very hard. Even other, like, you know, page-style hardware games don't have the same sprite system where it spreads the pixels out. So it's a customization in sort of the version of the sprite hardware that was used here. Yeah. It's the last Cave Gen 1 game. Not all zooms have to be, you know, in your face, super impressive, or even that obvious. But again, look the way the life bar was built there. That's again a zoom effect using the custom zoom hardware this has. There are quite a lot of shooters on hardware that can zoom, but it's often used in more subtle ways than, say, your into-the-screen races and things. But I still think it's worth showing. Completely unpractical. I may look at another shoot on next, actually. Again with some subtle zoom effects. Probably won't be long because I'm not playing as well. I can usually complete this stage on first product. So, not today, I'm guessing. Now I know I've not looked at many of the Super Scalar games, but to be fair, they're a bit of an obvious choice. Actually, I won't look at another shooter next. I'll look at another fighting game next. Then maybe another shooter. So apparently this stream is going to go on a bit. Mushy Pork by Caves on the page. Some of those SH3 based games do soft, well, glitter zoom effects, don't they? I'm just not sure there's any that really show it off well. So I'm not sure there's any of those. Okay, well there you go. You get to see the life bar draw in with the zoom effect at the very end there. Oh, I failed miserably. But, it's a good game. I would highly recommend this one. Yeah. So let's go with a company that was very late to the party when it came to Zoom. Capcom. Red Earth on CPS3. Now, I think that CPS3 was the first Capcom hardware with zooming. CPS1 doesn't zoom, CPS2 doesn't zoom. I don't think any of their older 8-bit or 16-bit platforms zoomed either. So it's probably one of the reasons why with Red Earth they're kind of keen to show off, look, now we can zoom. Yeah. We've got a bit of zooming here in the intro. So yeah, this is when Capcom decided, yes, we want zooming. More zooming. Look at all the zooming we can do now. As I said, this feels very much like the later Setter sprite systems. Even once you get to the game, there's a lot of zooming. Zooming on the character select screen. Let's pick Leo. Yeah, Slipstream is a very impressive one. But that's not Capcom hardware. That's one of the reasons I think Capcom used System 32 is because they wanted to do a game with zooming and they had no hardware that could zoom. So they went with System 32, which, you know, was very unusual to see a Capcom game on Sega hardware like that at the time. But they didn't have their own hardware to do it. And technically that game only got a limited release in Brazil anyway. Yeah, this is another one of those that will zoom out when you get further away. Now, part of me wonders if Capcom didn't want to go with zooming because, you know, zooming is the big thing that SNK were pushing on the Neo Geo, and they obviously didn't want to just do what the Neo Geo was doing. Yeah, that was a Neo Geo thing. They don't want to be seen as copying SNK back in the day, but come CPS3, yeah, they put some zoom hardware here. Until it was emulated, this game was not available anywhere else. Just on the CPS3 boards. Oh dear, I'm playing this badly. Very nice looking game. It's one of the few games with like a password type progression system too. CPS 3 was very short lived. They went back to CPS2 for the later releases. But the games that are on CPS3 do look really, really good. There is no denying, you know, that the visuals on these CPS3 games are fantastic, but I guess CPS2 was more reliable and had a bigger install base. And was maybe cheaper and easy to develop for, I don't know. So compared to the CPS 1 and 2, the video system on this is very, very different, and it's a different CPU, so Capcom's developers were mainly familiar with, you know, 68K and the line-based hardware, tile maps, standard tile maps and sprites. Maybe they didn't really want to work on CPS3, I don't know. Look at these giant sprites, and I mean, when you're close by, they're practically full height the screen. And then you get to the edges and you zoom out, and it's a good looking zoom too. Yeah, there is some PS1 of it. I mean, some of the Capcom games though on PS1 weren't developed by Capcom. Street Fighter X wasn't the Capcom development, was it? It was by Eureka. But yeah, I don't want to spend too long on this. I think most people know Capcom games, they know Red Earth, but I thought it was worth highlighting that. Yeah, this is when Capcom decided we want some hardware with zoom capabilities, and the first game on the platform, Red Earth, is a good demonstration of that. Oh yeah, now it's got ports and things. So. We're not done yet. Yeah, okay. We do need to play a Neo Geo game. So let's play this one. I hope Slipstream gets some ports, even though it's kind of one of those weird, almost in limbo games. It would be nice to see it because it's a really good game. So, Neo Drift Out. One of Visco's World Rally clones, really. Pardon me. They did Drift Out 94, which is really difficult to play, which was a World Rally clone, and also a sequel to their older game Drift Out, and then they did Neo Drift Out on the Neo Geo. And this is the one a lot of people like. So you've got your cars, very well presented. Let's go for the blue one. You see, start zoomed out, zooms in a little bit. Zooms out a little bit when you're going fast, so you get more time to view the corners, which is a good use of the hardware. I mean, most of these rally games aren't on hardware that can zoom, and this one is, and they put it to good use. When you're going fast, it pulls the camera out, so you can see more ahead of you, and that's something, the fact that Neo Geo could zoom, that Disco could take advantage of here. And considering, you know, the other games that are like this on the Neo Geo, I mean, you've got Thrash Rally, which isn't kind of the same viewing, is pretty rough. And you've got like Overtop, that's really slow paced and more about finding the shortcuts all the time. This stands out as, you know, one of the better racing games on the Neo Geo. I mean, we're not even going to talk about the bike one, which is by far the worst game on the Neo Geo. Riding Hero, isn't it? Riding Hero is terrible. Worse than my driving is. The thing with these games is they all control a bit differently though, so having played those Spanish ones more recently, my ability to play this is not good anymore. No, the Galaco games didn't zoom. That hardware had no zoom capability. It's mainly the steering that differs in these games. I mean, the worst control for the steering is Drift Out 94, but this still feels a bit odd compared to, say, World Rally. Drift Out 94 doesn't feel like a finished game, though. I mean, if you hit the other cars on the track, they just stop, and then if you drive backwards, you can drive straight through them. And then if you drive off the screen, they kind of vanish and then flicker back into view. And I thought maybe this is a MAME bug, but then I found real PCB footage that just shows that's how it is. So Drift Out 94 is just a mess, whereas this feels actually like a proper finished game. I'm sure people enjoy Drift Out 94, but I'm just saying it's... Oh, a bit late. Nah, I could play a PlayStation game we played fairly recently, Namco System 10. Gamshower does a lot of zooming, but I think I've played too much of Gamshower lately, so I'm probably not going to do that one. But, yeah. I think this is one of those... Is this one of those where the CD version doesn't have the fully zoomed in view? I seem to remember there's one of the Neo Geo games... I think it might have been this one where the CD version doesn't have the full detail. I know Art of Fighting 3 doesn't have the full zoom-in view on the CD, and I think this one might be the case too. But I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'd have to look that one up for another stream. Right, I'm just going to go down my list, and so, yeah, I should play that. Let's go back to Sega CD. Because I want to look at the pair of Batman games before we're done today. We're only 3 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. It's only midnight. So yes. Curiously, there were 2 Batman games on the Sega CD. And both of them opted to... Well, this added driving sections. It's still got the platform sections too, but it added these driving sections. There you go, some zooming already. They want you to know they can do zooming. It does have the zoom, okay. I'm thinking of something else then. But here we go. Crash into a lamppost, Batman. So this is pretty impressive use of the Sega CD. I like the fact that they put this as like the first level as well. Just to highlight the fact that, you know, the cartridge version doesn't have this. We added this for the CD. Well, this was a good start. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's got hills, it's got all sorts. So yeah. Visually, yeah, it's not the smoothest, but as I said, the problem with the zoom in Sega CD is you still have to upload the tiles from memory after conversion to the VDP, which is actually quite a slow process. So you're almost limited to 30 frames a second, at best maybe 20, if you want to do like full screen using the capabilities, because uploading a full screen worth of tiles takes a lot of CPU time. That can't be avoided because, say, it didn't actually add anything to the final video chain. Only processing before that. I don't know. I don't mind a tough game. I'd say the problem with the other Sega CD game we played is it's like it wasn't challenging me. It's like, you know, you don't want to play a game where you have to spend 10 minutes before you actually get to the part of the game where it challenges you. I never really like that, because if you pick up a game and you want to play it for 20 minutes, you know, the first 10 minutes that you spend playing parts that are just boring. Whereas this, you know, these dump you a bit more straight into the action. But it's a personal preference. I think games that are too easy just aren't respecting your time. Full Throttle meets Mac Rider. Yeah, you could see it like that. Anyway, I'm not going to play this one too much. I just wanted to show it off. But that was one of the Batman games. You know, nice zooming on the Sega CD. But as I say, I actually put 2 Batman games on the Sega CD. This is the other one. Yeah, Cybertank, the dual screen one, is a tempting one to look at. I was going to look at another shooter as well, wasn't I? And I'm making promises I'm not keeping at the moment. So yeah, you've got this racing game as well. This one is more of a like dodge everything. Not the civilians. Yes. Okay. I think this one actually has a slightly moodier look, but it's I think this is generally considered the weaker of the two. But that might be because it's mostly a dodge 'em up. You know, I'm not meant to be damaging the cars. I'm meant to be driving past them to get to the criminal. Like if Chase HQ had a super busy road. I know not the civilians, tell me again. But still, visually it's, you know, an impressive sprite scaler. You can't deny that, you know, this looks fantastic. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sega CD hardware, but yeah. It does like to remind me that I'm constantly crashing some civilians. That's... I think the game balance here is a bit wrong. You need more that you are actually meant to shoot. Unless some of these cars you are meant to shoot. I don't know. I'm just avoiding them all. That's how I've always tried to play this. So how do you know what type of cars different people are going to drive? Apart from Batman, who obviously is the Batmobile. Plus, they're all green on the radar, which I assume means they're not enemies, but this one looks like he wants to be shot. He's throwing things at me. They look like giant apples. They probably are. Lots of big explosions, which slow it down a little bit. We need to get a bit closer to him though. I think I blew the car. Why are you throwing alien storms in? Who was throwing stuff at me? So, anyway, that was the other Batman game. It again, it looks pretty good. Let's go with the other shooter I was talking about then. So this is kind of subtle in the zoom. This is Sengeki Striker on Kaneko's Supernova hardware, which is another hardware that has some very nice zooming capabilities, which the games don't often push that hard, but do use in places. I don't know. Was she throwing stuff at me? Sorry. I'm not that sure on the Batman lore for this. It's a lost episode of the show. Sorry, I've lost track of her. So this one likes to use zooming effects when you kill enemies to make the debris shrink. On the ships fall to the ground. Do you see the way all the ships are falling down every time I shoot one? Getting smaller. That is all the hardware zoom on this. It's subtle, but it's a nice touch. And again, it's one of those cases where, you know, hardware zoom doesn't have to mean, you know, lots of big flashy in-your-face effects. But just smaller ones. Things that just make the visuals a little more pleasant. The way that crashes to the ground there. I don't think Raiden DX is hardware zoom. Or maybe it is. I don't know. It's not on my list. I know it's got lots of debris that blows up. But I don't know if that's hardware zoom. Now, one thing with this game is play the Japanese version like I am, because the other versions just seem to be overly difficult. You run the parent set, it seems to throw a billion bullets at you and you don't stand a chance. Yeah, it's by the same developer as Shenmue. Shenmue has similar. It's got quite a few subtle effects where enemies die and will scale down. I think Shenmue is generally considered the better game. Shenmue itself is basically a reworked sequel to Dio, the Athena game. This game doesn't have many fans. A lot of people just go, oh, this is a terrible, terrible game. I don't think it's terrible. I think maybe it can be a bit hard to see bullets at times. And yeah, the world version does seem to throw too many at you. But I don't think it's terrible. Yeah, this was after it. This is a sequel. Desert War's not been played yet, no, the opponent. Desert War and Air Rescue are both ones I might look at. Top list of style games. Well, you're getting a little bit bullet heavy now, aren't you? You know, some people are good at shooting ups. I'm not. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe people find it a little bit generic. A little bit tough. I might just kind of like it because I did the Supernova emulation back in the day. Spent a lot of time on it, and it's one of those where I spent a lot of time fixing bugs with the zoom effect, which this is sort of one of the only, I think it is the only Supernova game that uses zoom in a different mode where there's a different level of precision. So for a long time the zooming effects in this were completely broken. So it might be just one of those that I have fond memories of because, you know, I worked on fixing the driver. Well, I did a lot of work on the driver anyway, but eventually I did a lot of research on the zooming on this one to fix the zooming after I'd done the driver. Quite a few years after I'd done the driver. But yeah, we should probably look at Desert War then as well, yes, because that does have some zooming. Nice use of zooming. So I'll play this credit on this, just so you get an idea what it is. You see what it does with the zooming. It just makes the sprites smaller when they die. You're not even seeing that much on this level because most of these are ground targets. I'm sure we're dead now. Yeah. You think it looks great, no Vikings? Yeah, it's got a good visual style and lots of action. I quite like it. Not my favourite STV shooter. Not STV, Supernova shooter. The same video chip, sprite chip as Supernova was used on the Jackie Chan game too. In fact, it was used on the Jackie Chan game before it was used on Supernova hardware. So even though we call it Supernova sprite system, it was on Jackie Chan and Gao's Panic 3, I think, first. But, you know. The later stages have checkpoints. Because, of course, they do. Maybe that's why people hate it. So yeah, Desert War's been mentioned, and yes, Desert War is a Jaleco Mega System 32 game, another platform emulator back in the day. Not perfectly, there's still some visual bugs in some of the games, especially the Ratia and Game Paradise in places, but yeah, Desert War. Fancy intro? Oh look, zooming helicopter. Well no, this does use zoom quite a lot in game 2. I'm just letting the track play because it's quite a nice demo. Yeah, and some blending effects. There we go. Let's not spoil that. Let's go with beginner. Zoom when you take off, and you fly along, and you zoom back down and get the little guys and load them into the helicopter. The helicopter is, I believe, the button to make them run faster. Yeah, I'm just zooming you behind. It's a shooter plus rescue 'em up, really. The heliport is here. You don't do that. You set them off. It's only more than. But you see, every time I take off and land, it zooms in and out of the ground. Got one there. Not on that. It does tell you on the map where things are going to be, where people are going to be. So it kind of mixes the rescue 'em up formula with a bit more of a traditional shooter, although it isn't force scroll, you do control the scrolling. Every time you get hit, you lose some of the people you've picked up. And you have to meet a criteria to finish the level. Obviously, I'm full capacity now, I can't rescue anymore. So I've got to get to the end of the level here and land. And get the people out. Have I met the target? Yeah, I should have met the target. Developed by NMK for Jaleco, yes. It's, I think, one of NMK's more creative shooters. They've broken the mould here a bit to try and do something different. So you got even zooming on the screens there. And a little bit damage. You also get bonus fuel for picking people up, which makes no logical sense unless they're like carrying fuel. But it's a game. Yeah. On the bridge 2, and I got blown up. And there we go. The Rescue Up Desert War, which is a good game. I think this is probably the best of the Mega System 32 games in my... I use them as fuel. No, they do manage to get out too, as long as I don't get hit. I mean, it's not like I'm just putting them in a wood chipper and converting them into fuel. That would be bad. So that's one rescue mob. Go with a bit of System 32 again. Now, this is a System 32 game that requires 2 System 32 boards. We will let the Attract play, because the Attract runs across both screens. And yeah, the flicker is correct here. It's just, you know, on a CRT it doesn't look flickery, it looks transparent. But Air Rescue. So I will coin it up, I will coin it up. And you see, accept the entry. And you can see we're playing on one screen because I didn't join in the second player. So the other one will run the Attract mode again. So let's just go like that and then go screen naught standard, like that. I probably should have turned the demo sound up on the other screen, but anyway, what are the controls? Probably hope to know. Up, down, left, right. Yes. This is going to be something. So yes, it's kind of similar, but the sprite scaling. Yes. I can't remember the keys. I don't know what I set them to. Hold on, let's just cancel this. Right. The Z stick. What? Okay, yeah, we can land. Okay. And then they all get in. At least they try to. Come in full. Take off again. And then we return back here to this base. It's very close to it. Everybody's just getting shot, but apparently that's absolutely fine. They don't bother to come here to shoot you. Yes, there's an annoying help and thank you. Yes. But you see, it's very much like Desert War and Choplifter, but more like Choplifter. In fact, you could probably consider this to be a sequel to Choplifter, because, you know, Sega did put out Choplifter 2. Now, the Master System port of this is very, very different. Obviously now we have a slightly more complex map. We have actual things we need to shoot. It does feel like every arena is really small though. You know, this is walking distance. I think you're just very lazy getting this this chopper to go back to the base over there. You know. People who use helicopters for journeys that they really don't need to use helicopters for aren't the best people in the world. Crackhead Johnny, I do not get the reference, no fool Winman. Yeah, I mean this would be expensive because it is 2 System 32 boards in a dual cabinet. It's not even a multi-System 32, you know, the single board like Outrunners use. This is 2 System 32 boards. So this was the more expensive, fully featured option. Looks like, you know, F1 exhaust note and super that. Shall we go for the ones in the distance first? Let's get out of here. Uh-oh. This is dangerous. Let me get some of you. I'm down here. I'm too far away. I think we're too far away. Yes, okay. Yes, oh dear. Continue play. No. Oh, Vine Source played this once and named the passages that. I've not seen that episode for Winland. I can kind of see why though. They do have that look to them, don't they? And they can apparently not even walk to base. But yeah, that was Air Rescue. I suppose. So I should look at this on the Master System. Now, obviously, the Master System does not have proper sprite scaling. It does have the option to double pixels, but that's it, and that only works on some models of the VDP. But this game, this game has absolutely no right to be anywhere near as good as it is on the Master System. This is Road Rash. Now, you might know Road Rash from the Mega Drive, and you've probably seen a fair number of people cover the Master System version, to be fair. But anybody that's played the Game Boy Color of Road Rash? No. But yeah, Road Rash on the Master System. This is, you know, it's all pre-scaled sprite, yes. But this really shouldn't be possible. It's not the fact that it's got a road, because okay, roads are easy. It's the fact that it's got a proper bendy road. It's so many 8-bit roads in games they're okay, but they're flat. This has a road engine that is comparable to the road engine on the Mega Drive version. Yet this is, you know, an 8-bit game. Yeah, it's not software rendered. It's got hardware assistance from the background tile map. But still. They've done a really good job here. I mean, if I look at my YouTube demographics, most people that view my channel are sort of in their 40s, so, I mean, I am too, so I guess there's a good chance that if you are younger than 40, a lot of the people in the chat are going to be older. I mean, we do get some people here who are younger, but I mean, naturally, if you're enjoying these games and you grew up with these games, you're probably going to be a bit older. You are catching the end of a quite long stream here, Bob, yes, because, well, it's now over 4 hours, which is quite long. But hey, that's okay, isn't it? I'm going to keep going down my list and play the games that I think, you know, I should probably play on this. But yeah, Master System Road Rash. Yeah, it's not quite the Mega Drive version, but fake sprite scaling, pre-rendered stuff, road layer. I mean, it counts for the purpose of showing off games that have scaling. And sometimes, you know, software scaling is kind of more impressive, or, you know, knowing which are the important frames to pre-render to actually give a convincing effect. Once you've got hardware scaling, you know, you just put the right values in and it's done. Software, it's Natasha got hit. Just like looking at obscure arcade games. Well, you know, I'm sorry that some of these aren't arcade games, but you know, I do like to try and mix it up and just compare as well. But yeah, I'll get back to some arcade games in a bit. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like 1 AM here now, Bob, so I can't keep going on for too much longer. That's what you get for being... what I get for being in a different time zone. There's some cows. Yeah, done by Probe Software for US Gold. Not even names you associate with that great quality, but no, they pulled this one off well. Oops. Well, I got knocked off my right there. Anyway, we're not going to play this for too much longer. In fact, I'll probably quit that one now. I mean, I've shown what I wanted to show with it, which is the fancy zoom effect. Okay, we've not had a look at anything by this manufacturer. This developer. Psycho's SH2 based hardware is very capable. It has lots of zooming sprite effects and all sorts. Not many games make extensive use of it. Striker's 1945 2 does use the zoom effects on the very last stage, but that would take some getting to. So basically the go-to game to demonstrate the zooming on this hardware is Tavaku Tenchi The Fallen Angels, which is noteworthy for being a game that is really only half complete. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind older games myself, even ones that are sort of older than I grew up with. But I can understand that point of view too. But there are lots of old NES games with really good gameplay ideas, you know, ideas you don't really find in the newer games, so I think it's always worth checking them out, especially like puzzle games and like, or platform games with unique twists. One reason I like the current sort of trend of games with very old looking graphics is because it allows some of the developers to concentrate more on just implementing an idea and seeing if it works. But yes, this has some lovely animation, but you know, obviously the game must have gone probably over budget and over time and got released in a half-finished state. Still looks good. Has Cube Quest got zoom? I don't think so. I think I'd count Cube Quest more as a sort of primitive polygons. Obviously, it plays in this background. Double KO. There we go. Yeah, Konami obviously did a lot of good NES games. And NSX games. And some of the Sunsoft stuff's pretty good too, back on the NES. I mean, obviously Master Blaster, things like that. They've got modern versions, but the originals were still very good games. And that IREM Metal Storm game on the NES is fantastic too. But, you know, the other streams for playing those games, this is the stream for games with zoom, and this is another one of those fighters that zooms in and out depending on how close you are to the opponent. No, this isn't a prototype, this is a release game. It's not really finished, but it was released in this state. I mean, it's polished enough for what it is, but there are sort of gaps in the story. The obvious place there should be more characters that were never finished and things like that. It's a case of, you know, they released what they had. Yeah, Hudson Soft is another good developer. Hudson. That reminds me, I could play Parasol Stars again. That has, you know, zooming at the start of levels in the background. Just kind of a fancy effect. No, I played Parasol Stars last time. I'm not playing Parasol Stars on a game. Good as it is. Anyway, shouldn't play too much of this. Untitled Fighter BB is basically an aborted attempt to do Martial Champion, I think. The Konami game. You know the way they did Fitter Fighting, which is Art of Fighting, and History of Martial Arts, which is Fighter's History. BB Prototype just appears to be some test board where they were trying to do the same for Martial Champion, and I don't think it went any further than that test version. So I think that's all that was ever made of it, so, you know, it's just a test board. I think they made a good fighting game here, though. I mean, yeah, they're mainly known for their shooters, but, you know, for a company that don't make much in the way of fighting games, this was a decent effort. The AI is obviously a little bit simple. Again, maybe not enough time to make it more challenging. Maybe they just want it more difficult, but I will let this character die now. Visually very impressive, this one. And while that happens, I will look down this list. Yes, I should probably play that one. Don't really need to do much in the way of Sega. Yes. Yeah, I should do that one. Come on. You see how difficult it is to actually lose when you want to lose. It's one of those games. And this is like the 4th or 5th round. Get a nice continue screen? No, we get a flickery game over. Steel Hearts. Right. Right. Now, I'm going to play the Japanese version of this one for a simple reason. It's got this song in the intro, which I've played before, but we're back to Kaneko's Supernova system. One thing I did kind of want to look at were the Incredible Technologies games, you know, Shuffle Shot and World Class Bowling, because that's a sort of line blitter system. But at the same time, I could not get the controls working reasonably on that to save my life. Anyway, unfortunately, this game also shows how the supernova zooming still isn't quite right. You saw the lines at the side of the intro there, and that's because a lot of the zooming is still off by a pixel or so, which is unfortunate. But in the end, it's a breakout type clone, an Arkanoid type clone, but it uses zoom quite extensively. As you can see, the entire playfield is being crushed as you play. So everything you see, all the sprites, are always being zoomed to sort of do that crush effect. Saru means monkey. Yeah, monkeys and hamsters in this thing. Now, this is one of those where, when they localized it as Versus Block Breaker, they took out that hamster, they took out all the humour, and it just became an incredibly generic game, which is, you know, it's pointless. There's absolutely no reason to want to play the export version versus Block Breaker. I mean, it's even the most generic name you could imagine. If they just, you know, stuck with the content they had, all this wacky stuff, it would have been so much better. So outside of Japan, a lot of people didn't get to experience the proper version of this game. Because most regions got versus Block Breaker. But yeah, this is what I mean. You can see where there's single lines where the black bars are meant to have been zoomed to cover them haven't been zoomed all the way. It's a shame because it shows that the zoom isn't perfect in MAME's Supernova emulation. But getting zoom precision spot on is really difficult. I didn't want that power, did I? So as much as I was saying I was happy that I'd fixed the zoom for Sengeki Striker, I'm doing badly on this. Oh, that's because, yeah, the second button makes you go faster, which is kind of important. But yeah, it's not perfect. For cases where the standard zoom mode is used, there's still some gaps. But the thing is, you know, every chip has its own sort of algorithm for zooming, for deciding which pixels get drawn, which pixels get skipped, where the exact end position is. And if you get that algorithm wrong, you end up with this problem of, you know, 1 pixel gaps. But then if you overcompensate, you can end up with cases where things are drawing too far. It's a bit annoying. Yeah, I mean, it happened more, I think, back in the day where localizations removed content. These days, more of it stays intact. I guess because we've got bigger localization teams these days. I think censorship's more of a problem when the content is inappropriate, which does still happen. You know, different laws in different places, different regulations, just means some games can't be released unmodified. But even there, though, you know, on the Switch, we're seeing a lot of games now where the PlayStation versions back in the day were censored. Even now, the PlayStation version is censored, and the Switch gets the uncensored versions. So I think we're moving towards getting more complete games out of Japan these days. It does happen quite a lot. Not always in obvious ways, but while I always say if you're playing games in MAME, it's often best to play the Japanese versions because you never quite know what's going to have been cut. Now, obviously it's still quite a generic game here, but the humour kind of makes it worth playing at least. And the song and... yeah, not on a keyboard, I can't do that. Yeah, they just outright ban games in Australia. I have heard that. I have heard that a few times. Right. Should we play? Yes, we should play. I've said I'd have a look at this one a few times in the stream, haven't I? Another Taito game. So I think we're all on arcades now. I don't think we've got any other home games to play unless I put another Lynx game on. So Night Striker. This did get ports to the Saturn, like. Yeah, these days it's definitely Sony more sensor happy than Nintendo. It's a little bit sensitive. Input settings, analog inputs, auto center speed. Does this make it easier? Still too high. very difficult to get the controls how I want them in this game, unfortunately. You might have been better trying to play it on a mouse or something. Yeah, this is sort of Outrun, Space Harrier, hybrid type thing. A bit Thunderbladey too, but you know, we've got this whole city and road thing. I think it's one of the more overlooked type of game. Not the most overlooked, because obviously you've got things like N-Force and Racing Beat, which nobody really ever talks about, whereas this one does get mentioned. Not the split path too. Ooh. Some of the reactions are important. Shield is breaking up. I know. You are dead. Well, yes. I'm undead. Thank you. Yeah, the control setup I've got here doesn't really work well for this. You need the actual analog controls or some kind of analog input. Trying to map this one to keyboard is bad. It's like there's too much dead zone just in the game itself, and then it makes it really hard to fly through anything. Wish this was in the American type of versions. Did they leave it out? What is with dragons in these games? I mean, like, it's gone from like, yeah, it's a bit Space Harrier. It's like, yeah, let's just do a boss that's just like Space Harrier. Go sky. That sounds good. There's probably not going to be things to hit in the sky. I've not even done Cool Riders today. Oh well. Or riding fight. Any F3 games. I think it's the style they're going for, but yeah, it's maybe not the prettiest. What's with the left is made of pipes. You are dead. Okay, well that's Night Striker. So I'd play it a bit more, but yeah, I'm not happy with the control setup I've got for that one. Let's go a bit of Konami. Majestic 12 also has scaling on the last bonus stage. Is that hardware scaling or is that software scaling? I don't think I can play to the last bonus stage, though, unfortunately. So a bit of Hyper Crash. Let's do some Hyper Crashing. The visuals on this look more like Full Throttle than the X68K. They're very blocky cars. You have your jump button. There we go, let's jump on cars. Boom. Not on barrels though. That's a break. Yes, not a Konami game many people really talk about. A little bit burning rubber like, isn't it? Not the battles. But yeah, Captain Silver by Data East is a pretty ugly game, isn't it? I mean, the problem is ugly visuals is kind of subjective. You know, some people really like certain styles and other people don't. So this went well, didn't it? I didn't even make it to the first checkpoint.
Game over.
You wouldn't think this was Konami. No, it doesn't really have a typical Konami style, does it?
3, 2,
Bloodstorm... I mean... Yeah, Bloodstorm's pretty ugly. Lots of pre-rendered games are ugly too. Look at like Shock Troopers 2 is probably one of the ugliest games I've ever played. Quite a few of those pre-rendered Neo Geo games are, to be fair, because the Neo Geo does not have really the palette for doing pre-rendered graphics. You know, 16 colour tiles plus pre-rendered graphics is a bad combination. Those barrels again. Those barrels are difficult to avoid, I have to say. I do have a brake that maybe I should be using. Oh, do not jump. The barrels got me again. The barrels always get me.
game over.
Hyper Crash. I think we've seen enough of Hyper Crash. Right. We are 4 hours and 39 minutes into this. And, let's play something that is a little bit ugly. This is another 2-screen one. I'm going to change it to single screen view. We don't need to see the second screen. Versus Net Soccer by Konami again. Barrels versus cars and barrels win. But that's because they're radioactive barrels full of toxic waste that just happen to be lying on the road because that's where you leave that stuff. So yes, versus Net Soccer, one of those odd dual screen Konami games which is driven from a single set of chips with another chip that sort of originates where everything goes and comes from. Let's be Denmark. So yeah, this is an art style. With a commentary track. The weird thing is, this is the sequel to Soccer Superstars, and Soccer Superstars does not have this art style. Soccer Superstars has nice hand-drawn graphics that actually look pretty good. M2 games to work? You mean the Konami M2 games? I mean, they kind of run, they're just really slow. You can technically play Hell Knight, but about 10 frames a second. You can play Toby Polystars, but again, it's slow. I think I scored that goal for them. WC Le Mans, yes, that was the core land. Where's my pitch gone? Okay. I've never seen this do this before. This is different. Again, I played this loads back in the day, and it never did this. Okay, it's showing the timestamps for the other screen. Okay. What? Apparently the other screen interferes with this screen. Let's turn the other screen off. Yeah, I for some reason the screens are interfering with each other. So I'll try this again with the other screen turned off, otherwise that will keep happening. This also has a horizontal view, by the way. So since we're trying again, let's change the view. Unfortunately, you can't change once you get in game. Let's be Switzerland this time. Losing team stays in. Yeah, I didn't know it did that. Otherwise, I would have turned it off. Obviously, there's a slight glitch in the background here because Konami GX emulation still isn't perfect. So you've got a black background this time, but better than the black stadium. And I've won a penalty. That wasn't a big penalty. Different way of doing penalties though. I had like a circular bar where you have to press it at the right time, and I didn't realise, and I pressed it at the wrong time. There we go. But yeah, I mean, this was quite a popular game, I think, because when it wasn't emulated at all, a lot of people asked about it. You know, when's it going to be emulated? It's just a shame, you know, it's uses the Konami hardware in a way that doesn't quite work properly yet. You know, say the time was a little bit broken in places and all that mess. Overdrive, I don't have to build a main where that is actually playable anymore. If you want Overdrive, I think you have to go for the, I think it was on the cow appreciation stream, wasn't it, when I played Overdrive? Because we identified that it had some cows and I got a build that worked with that stream. But generally it does not work. But yes, this is one of those games where they decided we need some commentary the whole time. But you can see there's plenty of scaling going on with this one. Again, football games are one of those genres where you do see a lot of games with scaling. So we'll play this match, and then we'll probably have a look at another game, because I don't think football's that entertaining to watch somebody else play. Why not? Now won the match. Switzerland beat Argentina. Konami golf game. Golfing grades? Probably. Switzerland do not need to play Wales. Yeah, Open Golf Championship is a sequel to Golfing Greats, isn't it? This is not going to be very playable on keyboard, but yeah. Galaxy Force 2. Just because... what are the control sets? Shield strength maximum. Fuel. Set.
goal. Set.
No, I want to change the level.
Starship command to destroyer. Begin takeoff countdown.
Oh. This is really difficult to select without the proper controls, as you can probably tell. There we go. Fire level. That's the one I want. The Konami golfing games... Yeah, I mean, the original Golfing Greats has a weird feature where it can read sort of the pixel colour somehow to know where the ball's landed. And the other one is just using the same mess that... There's the missing. Oh yes. The other one just uses the same hardware as a Racing Force, which is that kind of voxel-based stuff. Can you tell I've not played this for a while, and I don't remember these. I don't even know what my thrusters map to. Okay. A and Z. Okay, that is my thrust. Okay.
Shield broken.
Yeah, I'm playing this badly because I've not got the controls set up properly at all. That's why this one... Well, you can tell this one wasn't on my list to play at all, because the ones that were, I at least tried to do something with the controls. This one is like... Yeah, I didn't think I'd be playing it. Yeah, they're lovely effects. That's why I put this on. Considering this is all scaled sprites. And look, they can do sharp turns properly. Unlike, you know, Cisco Heat. Doesn't mean I'm any good at it. But also the way, you know, you shoot them and they turn to ice like that. You don't really see because I've not shot them in time. But without... I mean, this game's not perfect by a long shot. The entire thing relying on this energy counter that's always counting down is a very cheap gimmick. But visually, when you're not crashing into everything, it's rather nice. You're off, Mr. Fun Guy. Take care then. I'll catch you on the next one. Hopefully. Continue to play. No, let's actually start on the other level. Let's just start on the usual one. Let's go with... I don't really know what I'm doing here. Right, so... You get the targets within range, and then you launch your missiles. And lots of things blow up, turn into lots of pieces. And if you're like me, you crash into everything because you're terrible at this. Obviously, very much Star Wars influenced. So many things back in the day were Star Wars influenced, and this, you know, I'll fly through this port in this thing, and after destroying ships that look a bit like, you know, your big destroyers that... It's not really surprising that Sega ended up doing Star Wars Arcade, is it? Oh, the 3DS version, yeah, I've heard that's really good. It's got a proper 3D effect, hasn't it? Fly down this tunnel. Again, this is all scaled sprites, all of this. And we destroyed the control center. And it all blows up. In a version like the Death Star explosion, but on a smaller scale. Yeah, it's obviously Thunder Ceptor is a little less complex and more of a straight line. But yeah, now we're back to the fire level again. Very good. So that's when they fall down in ice like that. That is really impressive. Also, of course, Konami's Soul of Assault reminds me a lot of this. That's got a fiery level like this with big fiery, you know, fiery dragon wave type spirals, hasn't it? Well, that's a 3D game, that's not sprite scaler. This is why they don't let me pilot spacecraft. Energy 30. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay. You're off for win, man. Take care. See you on the next one again, hopefully. Right. So, anyway. That was that. Don't really want to play that or that. WC Le Mans can wait. I think for the most part, I've played the games I wanted to play. I played this one because it's a little bit like Galaxy Force again. So probably this one and one more game, and then we'll call it, because it's almost a 5-hour stream. So this is Galactic Storm from Taito. Zoomy rotatey, and our controllers are okay. Does Solvalu work okay in MAME now? I'm not sure. It might still be a bit crashy from memory. In ancient times, there was a planet called God. Okay. The humankind were held down by the strong power of that god. Why is the planet now called God? I don't know. It's one of those super quiet games. Okay. Sound volume set. That's better. Yeah, I've not tried Solvalu for a while, but I don't think it works that well. I don't think it ever worked that well. Oh, Burning Force. Yeah, maybe I should look at Burning Force. After playing Galaxy Force with inverted controls, this suddenly feels wrong. I mean, I'd love to be playing, say, Taito's Vertexer instead, but there's no complete dump of that. I kind of imagine Vertexer runs on some sort of similar hardware to this. A bit of odd piece of hardware. This is very non-traditional for Taito, the way it does all the zooming and stuff. I don't think it's related to the way WGP does it, but that's another very weird one that we don't have working yet with its own rotation system. Unless they are connected, but I don't think they are. Pretty sure WGP's rotation is unique. This has rotation, you see. You can rotate this all around. This was definitely Taito trying to do a board a bit like Galaxy Force 2 in terms of, oh, Galaxy Force 2 can rotate, we want rotation hardware. Let's add some very weird custom rotation hardware. Command Bore, yeah. Command War is one of those that I really don't know how to play properly, though, so at all. It's like I put it on and go, it's a board game, what? Yeah, so a prototype that does do a lot with F3. I did play it in a fairly recent stream, I think. Oh, look, it's captured the frame buffer and rotated the entire image. Which, again, makes me think it might be related to the WGP stuff, but probably not. Ooh, fancy rotation. Well, this isn't really a type of game anybody knows either. Oh, very low resolution. Then into a tunnel. Yeah, okay, Punch-Out's another one with scaling. That was potentially on my list, but I don't know if... I mean, I looked in the boxing video briefly, but I didn't really play it, did I? Because it's just like, here's Punch-Out. And 10 seconds later, here's another boxing game. There's no move documentation, oh dear. I'm not really sure what the best F3 game to demonstrate zooming is otherwise, though. F3 uses a lot of line effects, but I guess maybe these hat-trick hero games, they've got quite a bit of zooming going on. But again, that's more football. I think I died. Oh well, let's not continue. Right. Yeah, Twin Cobra II. It does. Yeah, let's look at Twin Cobra II then. So we can actually say we've done an F3 game. I know a lot of them have like fancy line zoom effects, which aren't obviously zooming, but are zooming. But yeah, Twin Eagle 2 has a... Not Twin Eagle, Twin Cobra 2 has a very obvious zoom moment, which I will use to demonstrate it. This is another one I have to turn the sound up. It probably is, isn't it? It's, yep. So yeah, this has an obvious zoom moment, which I will do. And then I will do Burning Force. And then I'll probably call it quits for today, because we are now at 5 hours. So this one wasn't developed by Turplan. The original Twin Cobra is a Turplan game. I guess because Taito owned the rights to the name Twin Cobra, they could do a sequel developed by Takumi instead. We were flying over a city. Scramble Spirits is another one with the zoom in like this, isn't it? When you do the bombing one, there we go. Zoom down into the ground level and into this tunnel. It's an obvious zoom effect, but not the best example of zoom being used on F3, but the most obvious, where it's literally just a zoom, not some 3D shape done with the zooming. There we go, and zoom back up again. I don't think it zooms on the second level, so I think that is your share of zoom on Twin Cobra 2, at least for the first 2 levels. So when I die, we will move on to Burning Force. But yeah, it's an F3 game with a nice little zoom effect. I do like the 3D rotation tunnels that Garrick Kidd and Darius Gaiden use. But again, not super obvious the zooms. Macross Plus does a similar zoom effect to this as well. It's got a zoom in and out on the landscape. That was another potential one to play. I have not played Felius today. No, Bob. Does Felius use zooming a lot? Are they better play Felius before I quit the stream? I guess if you mention it, it probably does. Just bomb you. end of the first stage. Okay, let's kill these bosses or die and put Theseus on as well before Burning Force. It was originally developed with Toplan. And, okay, so Toplan did start. It doesn't feel like a Toplan game to me. But maybe Takumi's influence was greater on it. I don't know how much of it Toplan developed then. But it doesn't really feel like a Toplan game. It feels a lot more like a Takumi game. Yeah, Rayforce is F3. Rayforce, yeah, that's got a lot of zoom stuff. It's got the layered sprites, hasn't it? But could have shown that. But okay, Bob says Phelius before the Medusa boss. Okay, thank you, main fan. So this isn't one I played much, as you can probably tell from me having to ask if it uses zooming. Like many Namco System 2 games, it feels a bit laggy. I've not done a Soul either, which is a lovely zooming game. I might have to do a shorter follow-up stream to this, you know, with ones that I haven't covered. Because, you know, I can't do them all. Okay, ready? There was a zoom there when I got hit. Wait, it's checkpointed. Okay. Nobody said the game had checkpoints. Now I've actually got to get to the end of the first stage. Keep getting hit. No. This is where I go, you have to take everybody's word that the game has zooming. I'll try and play it. I guess once you've learnt the stage patterns, it's not too bad. I don't like shooting ups with blind sections like this where which has got solid arch blocking your view. Especially when the bullets go under it. I think one rule of shooting ups is put the bullets on the top. Okay, is this where it zooms? Because this looks like it's zoomed out right now. There we go. We have a zoom effect. Nice zoom down. There we go. See? Oh, a zoom and a rotate. We're going fancy, fancy, fancy. And the dragon zooms too. Yes. Look at that zoomy dragon. Well, I've blown up the dragon, but... Oh yeah. I'm getting to say, I don't really play this one. Two dragons. But yes, this is definitely some noticeable zooming. It's not one of those shoot 'em ups that just uses subtle zooming like a few of the ones I looked at. It has a noticeable zoom effect. And zoom back up. Rise above the cliff. Yeah, that was a nice effect, wasn't it? We're going to zoom back down again. We are. Quite a fast rate of fire now, even. There are quite a few zooms. Battleantis has scaling. I've tried playing Battleantis a few times. I don't get it. It seems impossible to avoid like the things that come at you from the side. I couldn't work out what to do in that situation. Okay, so she'll have Medusa here. Ooh. That's a bit of a jump scare moment. Lasers. Yeah, and died. Well, there we go. A zoomed in Medusa head. Save you quick. No. You're not brave enough. No, I'm not. Yeah, I could understand why the Mega Drive version was missing most of the effects. A bit like Marvel Land, the Mega Drive version is just missing all the fancy effects. Right. Okay. I've said I would do Burning Force, so I will do Burning Force. Now, this is a fine game, but it was released in 1989, which is a little late for a game that is kind of this simple looking. I mean, it's not really visually a step up from, say, Space Harrier, and it's many years later. Fun game. So, don't think it was going to wow anybody in the arcades. Again, this had a Mega Drive port, which is a reasonably good port. Not as fancy looking with the scaling. It's software scale, well, pre-drawn scale, I think. Whereas this is proper hardware scaling. But, fairly respectable Mega Drive port from memory. I think the second level you get to jump, don't you? Is she Wonder Momo? I don't know. I've not really played much of Wonder Momo. That's a really janky platform type game, isn't it? Scrolling platformy shooter thing. Or is is that the one I'm thinking of? I think it is. Yeah, you can use the water jets to jump up. If you do it properly, it's excellent. Go there. No, not if we do that, we can't. Hiromi Hiromi Tengenji you play as. Wonder Momo is jank. Yes, I thought it was. Isn't there a really jank shooter that's similar as well? Is that a Data East game? Who's getting a height on? What did we got? I don't remember this game. There we go, that's how you jump through the hoops. Area triplet. First day, area 3. And, yeah, this is where I get a briefing. And I get some wings. That's what I thought. Now it really is more Space Harrier. So yes, it's not just a jet ski game the entire time, you do get to fly a little bit. I've not even played Space Harrier. Or Outrun, the original. Only played Turbo. Only played Final FR. Didn't even play Chase HQ. Didn't play Boogie Boy. But you know, I've been playing for a long time, and I've not even played many games for that long. So the fact we're on 5 hours is kind of ridiculous. No, I've not played Afterburner. Not even Afterburner 1, which is kind of always one of those novel little things to show off because it's so different to Afterburner without the throttle. Bonus stage. Things like this. I mean, I played Flower and broke it because apparently it's regressed in MAME at some point. Deserty. But yeah, it's a fun game, this one. It's just pretty basic compared to, say, Space Harrier. You have to head those dead straight on, don't you? I am, Bo, I am. I mean, I've never heard of that game. Some kind of head on the top, isn't it? So I don't wish to stick around. It's an odd feature to have when you continue at yeah. So Burning Force. And yeah. At 5 hours and 13 minutes into the stream, I think I have to say the stream is done. Mo. That's Mo, not Moo. Anyway. Thank you to everybody who's been here. Thank you to everybody who's still here, who's enjoyed me playing a load of games quite badly, as I usually do. Picking random games where, you know, the zoom isn't that obvious, but I play them anyway because why not? And I guess it's been a fairly stable stream. I mean, for some reason, Power Drift, the Japanese version, was behaving perfectly for me, even though off stream they weren't. However, on the other hand, Flower just decided I'm going to soft lock because, well, regression. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Yes, thank you to everybody. So yes, I can see that main fan Aussie guy Bob. The restart point, I don't think it was a hi to the restart point. Hello, the restart point. And also, good night, the restart point. And Nathan's still here. Carlo's still here. To say main fan, I think I said main fan. But yeah, there's say everybody having a nice little chat. It's always good to see. And say everybody's having nice little chats earlier. So thank you, everybody. And yeah, I may try and do a bit of a follow-up stream next week because I really should play that Afterburner and Outrun and some of these other things. So we'll see. I mean, I'll probably just palette swap the art and do it in different weird ways. Okay, hey, Zoom part 2. But anyway, for tonight, it's late. It's 2 a.m. here. I do need to get to bed. So good night, everybody. Take care, and thank you for being here. And I hope to see you on the next one.